shall we get started? Yeah.
I can go ahead and get started with some brief introductions. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the February 2022 Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review meeting. We are now live on channel 10, and we are continuing to stream on the city's streaming channels. My name is Robert Watkins. I'm city staff, and I'll be moderating tonight's meeting. Before I hand things over to Brett Gastinger, the chair of the BAR, I'll just go over a quick few guidelines. So first, for anybody who might be watching from home, let me introduce the meeting participants who are online right now. First, we have Brett Gastinger, the chair of the BAR. We're also joined by Sherry Lewis, the vice chair of the BAR. Other BAR members who are online right now include Jody Lehendro, Ron Bailey, James Zemer, David Timmerman, Robert Edwards, Clayton Strange, and Hunter Smith. We're also joined by Jeff Werner, who is my colleague on city staff. Throughout the meeting, applicants and other participants will join the meeting as needed. For members of the public who are on the call right now, who'd like to provide any comment, there are several places in the agenda where you can speak. At the beginning of the meeting, we allow time for comments from the public for items not on the agenda or items on the consent agenda. And then before the BAR deliberates for each individual application, we allow time for public comment as well. In order to provide comment, we ask that you register for the meeting if you haven't already, and you can do that through the city calendar. And then once you're an attendee, you can raise your hand during the comment portions. For applicants who are online already, during your presentations, I will share my screen to pages from your application. And if you want me to go to a specific page, you can just direct me to do so. We'll have short periodic breaks as necessary, and our chair or vice chair will direct us for when we need those. Please let me know if you have any other questions throughout the meeting, but I'll hand things over to Brett Gastinger.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff is going to introduce each item, which will be followed by the applicant's presentation, which shouldn't exceed 10 minutes. The chair, that's me, will then will ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. And after the questions, then I'll ask for comments from the public. And for each application, members of the public are allowed 3 minutes to ask questions, 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers, please identify yourselves and provide your address. I will note that comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of the project as they relate to our design guidelines. Following our discussion and before we take action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. And I'll just note that tonight I am zooming in even more remotely, and I don't have access to a regular computer. So please bear with me, and I'll just ask also my fellow BAR members to help in helping prepare motions and getting to that point. So with that, let us begin, and with matters from the public not on the agenda or for matters that are on the consent agenda. Do we have anyone who would like to speak?
For folks who are on the call, please raise your hand, and I will allow you to speak. Mr. Chair, I see 11 attendees in the queue, but I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, then let us continue on to the consent agenda. Tonight on the consent agenda, we have a COA for 617 Park Street, COA for 413 Ridge Street, and now I'm going to be able to see the rest. We have the 511 North 1st Street and an SUP recommendation for 207 14th Street. Do I hear a motion or any comments from the BAR?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the consent agenda be approved.
Second.
Thank you. I will call a vote in the order that I see you on the screen. Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman,
Aye.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Edwards,
Aye.
Mr. Strange,
Aye.
and Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
and Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Robert, did Robert Nichols just sent a note? Did you be able to log
Yeah,
him on?
he's
Oh, there he
on
is.
as
There he
Robert
is.
Watkins right now. I'm
There he
changing
is.
his name right now.
Excellent. Then I think we can move to deferred items, and the first one up on our agenda there is 310 East Main Street.
I'm working. My computer does not like to scroll fast. All right. I'll start from memory though before I get here. So this is a COA request for yeah, here it is. 310 East Main Street. This is in the downtown ADC district. This was discussed by you all in October of last year, and you had some questions for the applicant, and they requested a deferral. The alterations are to the Main Street elevation, which is the north elevation, and the Water Street elevation, which is the south elevation. And both of the existing facades are 20th century. I don't remember the date, but they were not part of these buildings when they had been originally surveyed for the district. So I think, as I recall from the discussion previously, there was no significant concerns from the BAR other than some questions about materiality that I believe have been addressed. So, and I had noted in the staff reports, there had been that question of, are the facades as they currently exist, are they of importance enough that they should be respected? And there didn't seem to be a concern for that. So we're now discussing the compatibility or the acceptability of the two proposed alterations. So I'll hand it off to Robert to make his presentation, unless you and the BAR have any questions for me. All right.
No, I think let's go give it over to Robert.
Okay, there I go, I think.
And Robert, I just note we do have 3 new members, so it might be just a little bit of, not everyone has the benefit of the last.
I thought I recognized some new faces or didn't recognize faces. Hi, my name is Robert Nichols. I'm a principal at Formwork Design Office. We're an architectural practice here in Charlottesville, small firm. And we've, most of our, at this point, quite a lot of our work over the history of our firm has been in downtown Charlottesville. A current project we have is this is 310 East Main Street. It's the building that currently has Vita Nova Pizza on the ground floor. Maybe this is too much background. And it's got, notably for the mall, it's got very 1970s era curtain wall facade. Very thin aluminum frames and glass. That's all it consists of, really, on the mall side. And in addition to a style that maybe is it's been exhausted, they are in dire need of maintenance, and they just look tired. And that same description holds up for the Water Street facade. The building is about 23 feet wide, and it goes all the way through the block from East Main, the pedestrian mall, to Water Street. It wasn't last month, several months ago, I think in October, we first brought this project before the board and reviewed our strategies for redesigning, redeveloping, rebuilding facades, both front and back, and generally had a good discussion and a positive response. And we're back this month for, I think, two reasons. One is the front of the building, what I call the front, the East Main facade, has currently has an elevator shaft visible on the street. It's a convex circular shaft glazed in that curtain wall system, and we know it's going to revert back to a flat panel, planar with a coplanar, more or less with the face of the building, certainly parallel to the face of the other face of the building, the glazed face. And it's just a blank panel. We're not interested in seeing the elevator shaft in the way it is now, or the car. And so it's kind of a blank slate. We considered it a blank slate for the decorative treatment. I should say it already comes with a pretty great proportion, being these kind of 3 stories high and 8.5 feet wide. Because that was such a blank slate, as I call it, and our schedule is such that we asked for a deferral just to give us more time to develop that, and it wasn't necessarily tightly coordinated in with the rest of the work on the other construction assemblies on the building. I guess I'll talk about that, and then we'll go over to Water Street. What we showed last time was what I'll call a composition primarily in 2 dimensions, where we were experimenting with a little bit of relief, but mostly proportion and scale. We had some bars in contrasting material that were that kind of populated that vertical facade in varying rhythms. And it was, we got there really just by composing within this narrow vertical rectangle, a collection of elements that produce some pleasing proportions. Where we are now, and what we find very interesting is we've been working on a more systematic approach to creating a decoration on that facade. And and what it relies on is many small pieces of metallic finish material that will come in many varieties of shape. And the primary shape, maybe we should just go to that sheet there. The view on the right is obviously a computer generated view, something, it's a perspective which we tried to use to explain this thing. It's this array of tiles or little angle clips, where the tiles go up in a regular array, but they have certain parameters which vary across the system. And the varying parameters are the panel, each tile is first flat against the elevator shaft, and then there's an angle where that tile is bent and it projects from the elevator shaft. The length of the bent tab varies, and the angle at which the tab is bent varies. And working with that as a kit of parts or a palette, it gives you an opportunity to develop by the combination of these many small pieces, very interesting visual effects from a static piece of architecture that will appear very dynamic and very interesting depending on the position from which you're viewing it, your rate of speed as you walk by it, and also a function of what daylight is doing at the time. And that is to say, so if you look closely at this piece on the right, it may be not easy to identify that any given tile has an angle that's different than its neighbor. But if you, and maybe squinting helps, look at the whole piece, you can see a kind of a larger, a graphic move at the scale of the whole, in this case, the whole building, where you get this kind of river of that contrasting color coming down through the middle of that. In this case, the contrasting color will be the flat backing surface of the elevator shaft. And that's going to be a bronzish, a very thin bronzish color. And these studies on the left are different demonstrations of ways in which repeated small moves of a similar material adjusted in a similar way, but in combination, in aggregate, create an effect that is commensurate with the scale of the whole assembly. The ability to do this is made possible with what's known as CNC manufacturing abilities, which is computer numerical controlled, maybe something like that, where this would be maybe less interesting and probably prohibitively expensive if each of these pieces was made by hand. But this whole system allows for the work that we do here in our design studio to defining how these tiles relate to one another and what their angles and what their tab lengths are. We can send that information directly into these CNC machine shops that will produce the multiple tiles, the many tiles automatically, not automatically, but in an automated way. And so given this ability to make these subtle changes over many different tiles laid out in an array such as this, we are using really mathematical formulas to account for the effect of one course of these being stacked on another. How do you change the variation as you go to each one? And then how do you adjust that variation at each course, or do you adjust it? And then also the parameters can adjust according to which course they're on. In other words, how high they're getting along the building. The means of producing this and how it's derived is kind of moot once it's an object. But we find it very interesting, and it also gives us access to a kind of effect and a kind of result that I think might otherwise be hard to achieve. And I think the effect will be quite interesting. One of the comments about about this particular panel on the building from the last meeting was that we might consider integrating lighting into this panel. We've considered that, and we had considered it before. We've decided not to do that for a couple of reasons. One is because this is up against the elevator shaft, we have very little depth available to us. And so there's not much, we don't have the kind of depth that we often like to exploit to conceal lighting. We didn't want to make lighting that needed to be to steal depth from inside the elevator shaft would introduce maybe a need to maintain that from inside the shaft, which was unappealing to us. But maybe more so, we've had some results on the mall, and particularly going back to when we designed the blue light grill many years ago, where we invested a lot of time in trying to develop a subtle lighting effect that looked pretty great in our mock-ups and our tests. And when we got it installed, and this is largely our fault, it was overshadowed or overpowered by the street lighting. And we realized that a lot of what's happening, particularly from maybe 2 stories or 1 story and 3/4 down, is street lighting kind of illuminates that zone that through which people walk, and that lighting other than interior lighting can have a tendency to be washed out. In any event, in this case, we're relying on the backing material, this bronzish colored material, to reflect light. And so as one passes by and the varying degrees to which the bronze material is revealed, that would have an effect of showing a brightness and reflecting some color. I'll leave the description of that panel at that. The Water Street, when we came back from the last meeting, there were a couple of comments that we wanted to focus on, and that we were hoping to come back with good response to. They kind of, in aggregate, seem to get at, even though there's a fair amount of depth in this facade assembly, both just in depth of the framing members and the depth that's provided by the kind of primary frame around the tall glazing compared to the actual sash of the glazing units. And then also we have increased depth in that vertical panel on the left over the street number. We were talking about what some sun control might do on that facade, both to control sun for the benefit of the occupants, but also for the appearance of the facade. And well, I'll leave that at that. So we came back, we were thinking about sun control, which is a real issue down there from an interior perspective. And we thought, well, and what about, what are we going to get? What opportunities do we have on the exterior of the building if we conquer that, or take it on? We evaluated some common way to address southern sun, horizontal planes that project out from the building and essentially become visors over the glazed openings on the south. And we also realized that in this particular location, late afternoon sun shooting down Water Street from a low angle is also problematic. And so we were evaluating, and low sun as opposed typically comes from the west. So it takes a different strategy to combat that, different from what you might use if you're combating primarily southern sun. So we had horizontal blinds, we had vertical blinds, so we're calculating sun penetration into the building. And it quickly became apparent that that given the width of this building, about 22 feet, and in this particular case, these well, we've got about 21 feet of occupiable space back here. And the length of the floor plate is about 250 feet, I think. That there was quite a lot of action that we were evaluating and proposing for the exterior of the building to improve and kind of fine tune the experience at this patch of floor in the interior, which was a minute fraction of the overall square footage.
And
so,
Robert,
yep.
we're just running a little bit long on time, and we can leave some time for questions, but I wonder if we
Okay,
could
yeah, I'm
maybe-
sorry. I have trouble knowing how long I'm speaking. Anyways, we found that the investment in exterior blinds on the building wasn't going to be the right way to combat sun, and so we've integrated in the interior positions for automated roll down shades, which those are showing up a little bit in the rendering. Also in the vertical tower over the doorway, we are suspending a fine mesh panel, what do we call it there? A stainless steel mesh screen, which does act as a sunshade, and this is strong enough that it also acts as a safety guard, a guardrail. And so operating windows or in one case doors at that location can be opened and provide ventilation and a little bit of connection to the street without needing to add guardrails proper there. So I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Do we have any questions from the public?
If you'd like to provide comment, please raise your hand in the participant tab. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the attendee list and I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, questions from the BAR?
Correct.
Sherry?
My question, Robert, is about the windows fenestration on the mall side. You're showing glazed, and what would that look like? And I'm sorry, we are not in an environment where we can look at samples.
You talked about the clear glazing on the glass choice. Well, I would have to bring samples. It will be, there'll be a film on it for, that's part of the energy development of it. I don't know how, in what way you've standardized the criteria for windows on the mall, whether it's transmission, visible transmission. I'm aware that there's been issues in the past about vision and tinting, for lack of a better word, or just so we would conform, if there are any technical standards, conform with those, but we're happy to also provide samples in advance of going ahead.
I would just point out that our guidelines for new construction at two different places say that glass should be clear and opaque. Spandrel or translucent glass could be approved, but certainly darkly tinted or mirrored glass is not appropriate.
I'm
I'm sorry, what? I'm of course just reading through the guidelines, verbatim. What I would say, and I think we might have said this, but I'll say it for the new members, especially, and members of the public that don't have the benefit of our discussion in October. The unique thing about this building is it was pretty much demolished. There's really no historic fabric on this building, and it's so unusual on the downtown mall. So I think that gives the applicant a little bit more leeway, because we're not looking at existing transoms or openings or a structure. It was made into this huge wall within this round elevator tower, and not a whole lot more back in 76 or whenever this happened. So I mean, I say that, I want to read from the guidelines, and I think we're made to adhere to the guidelines, but I think where the guidelines might be silent or where they may equivocate, I think we have more leeway with this application than we do with a lot of other buildings. If this were any other building on the mall, I think it would be a very different consideration, at least in my mind.
If I can interrupt, so on the last page of the staff report, it is inserted a paragraph back in summer 2018. There was a request actually from the Planning Commission for what the BAR, how they defined clear glass, and we've been using this as the visible light. I can't, the VLT percentage of not lower than 70%, and that, but there's so many different numbers that can be used to measure glass, but this is the one that the BAR had some time ago kind of come down as the point at which you go below 70, the glass starts to become a mirror. And the primary concern being at the street level, you want to have those be permeable spaces into the shops and restaurants. So you don't want people looking at a mirror. But back in July 2018, the BAR had a discussion about this, and it gave itself some latitude, some instruction on understanding that there's other criteria that can be evaluated. There's the different colors of glass. It doesn't always have to be at the 70 VLT. In fact, at Dairy Central, there's some windows where they went to 62 VLT, and that was, I could say we had a difficult time even discerning the difference between the 62 and the 70. So there is some latitude there, and the conclusion the BAR reached was that open for flexibility, provided that there's a design intent behind it, provided that there's an explanation of why, and not just we want to do it. So sorry to prolong that, but that's the clarification. It's on the last page of the staff.
Right. Yeah, I just looked at that. I always think of the trade-off between visibility being with energy performance.
Right.
Typically, beefing up the energy performance can fight that, but actually the more demanding or the climate condition that's best combated with a beefed up film is solar penetration. And being on the north side of the building here, we don't really have that problem.
Right.
So I love clear glass, and we're certainly not specifying a specific tint or a mirror effect or anything like that. So I think happy to provide samples. I think you'll definitely perceive it as clear, clean glass.
Thank you.
Other questions from the BAR?
I have a couple. Kind of delving a little bit more into the front facade, the pedestrian sided facade. I'm having a hard time just with the 3D image understanding. I understand you're looking at a bronze background, but the brake metal that's on top of that's creating the pattern. Is the idea that would be just thin slivers of metal that are broken out with kind of sharp angles, or?
Well, there's it's going to vary. I think at the base and going up to say 7 feet or so, or at least definitely above human range, those pieces probably wouldn't qualify as brake metal in terms of thickness. They'd probably qualify as bent plate. And then the angle at which they're broken would be relatively shallow, so they don't project so much. They would also their coursing would be a little taller, maybe six inches a piece, so that those bits are actually relatively stout, and there are fewer of them. Those would have their corners, would get a little touch with an abrasive to soften them up. And again, their what I'll call their reveal, the angle at which they're broken would be quite subtle, 5 degrees, so that there'd be a reveal of maybe 3/4 of an inch or something like that. Once we get above that kind of human occupancy zone, and gradually on the way up, those parameters would adjust, all of them consistent with not needing to worry about a regular abuse, vandalism, or safety, injury. And so that would allow for a shorter coursing, more of a reveal, and probably thinner material as well.
That makes sense. And then over on the right-hand side, I would have some, it's hard to tell the renderings what to make of the storefront, if that's just a typical storefront assembly, or if there's something specific, custom about it. So would be interested to hearing a little bit more about that, as well as the brick selection that's surrounding. If there was something in particular that led to that color brick, that size, would be interested in hearing the sort of intent behind that.
If you look at page 4 of the current submission. Yeah. That wall section, that diagrammatic wall section, describes the glazing system a little bit. The main idea there is that we've got one aperture, one masonry opening, which is at the taller story, marking the ground floor and the retail presence. And then the 2 upper stories are populate a single taller masonry opening, with the division between floors 2 and 3. The spandrel condition there is going to be detailed in color and geometry in a way that suggests a kind of a steel or metallic system, whether it's cladding or structure. It's got a somewhat of a kind of a structural appearance. It looks like the shallow side of an open steel channel. The storefront system, the glazing system itself, is relatively conventional. 2-inch frame with depth 4 or 5 inches. So we're using that intermediate spandrel condition there to that'll be in the same finish, to try to kind of extend the reading of the storefront, so that in this case it spans across floors 2 and 3 in a system that looks more integral to the building than just a storefront insert. I think that answered. Was your question twofold?
Yeah, I was also wondering about the brick.
Oh, the brick. The brick, we've just been working, we're just happy to use a modular size, that which is what we're showing here. That's the nominal 4 inches deep, 8 inches wide, about 3 courses to 8 inches. We and our client were interested in contrasting with the red brick down there, and we want to drop a sample off. My suppliers haven't been able to get samples to me yet. We're definitely proposing a mute neutral gray. I think that one image shown on our print submission or digital PDF isn't very compelling. I think what we will elect in the end is a more uniform, I'll call it cleaner selection.
Robert, I wonder if I could follow up on that with, you know, your elevation kind of shows it in a lighter gray, green, almost greenish a little bit in my PDF. The perspective is a darker gray, and then the sample is somewhere in between.
Mm-hmm.
Your drawings also seem to suggest a darker mortar color, which the sample is a lighter mortar color. What is maybe the most representative of your intention?
I would say, yeah, all these ways of representation end up having kind of varied effects. I would say it's a darkened version of the flat orthogonal rendering, elevation. The rendering, I think, is a little muddier and more shadowy than we expect to bring to you as a sample. And that little printed picture, it's really the kind of ranging and the kind of, I don't know if they would call it distressing, but that range in color and effect that they're allowing on the brick, that is, to my eye, darkening that up. To the extent that there's green coming through in the elevation, that's incorrect. We would be much more neutral, and if anything, tend warm.
And the mortar?
Closer to a match with probably 2 ticks dark.
Okay. Other questions from the BAR? Sherry?
Robert, what's going on at right at the bottom of the facade? It looks, and I don't see materials specified there. It looks like something vertical's going on below the storefront window and at the entrance, right there.
That's still the brick masonry in an alternate coursing bond pattern.
Other questions?
I see there's a conflict between the elevation and the rendering. The rendering has that more correct, where it's the same material laid up in a, I guess that's a soldier.
It looks like there are 2 different on your page 4. There are 2 different, doing 2 different things. Looks like.
Yeah,
like side by side.
Oh, you mean the 2 drawings separated by
Right.
the section? Yeah, the 3-dimensional rendering on the right is correct.
Okay.
The left implies something at a different scale going horizontal, and that's not right. It's the brick of the same size and same specification, just laid up vertically.
Okay.
I have a question. Robert, despite your very detailed description of the CNC metal screen, I'm still having a hard time understanding what it is I'm reviewing. What is it going to look like? You're creating a pattern with the CNC program as it's cutting out the screen? And if that's the case, what is the pattern? Is it a tight matrix type of pattern, or is it something else? Is it spelling out the owner's name? What are we going to see?
That's a good question. It's and the best I can do at the moment is to revert back to the view on page 5. And this is to say, at the moment we haven't yet locked it in. It's very hard to show in print. Coming from the east, from the amphitheater end of the mall, the pattern would be largely invisible until you get probably within 5 feet, or the effect of the pattern would be largely invisible because the direction that the blinding effect happens, it just obscures the contrasting color in the back. Coming from the right, you would see the effect of this pattern much more. But clearly, I understand what you're asking me. It's an abstract pattern. It's intended to be really, we're intended to utilize the full 3 stories to have kind of a building scale pattern where there's some continuity of the visible bronze color all the way down. And I believe if you tell me, if you squint and look at that mock-up of the effect on the right, if you start to see how that you start to get rivers of the bronze color coming through. But as I said, there's almost infinite possibilities, and I'm afraid we just haven't said to the fabricators and to ourselves and to our client that we've locked it in. It's not and again, this view, if say you see something interesting or see something legible at all when you squint, if I were to rotate, say I printed 3 panels of this, which maybe now that I'm saying this, I should have done, and shown them at successively different angles, kind of emulating a walk down the street, at the intersection of 3rd Street, you have quite an oblique angle. And then as you get to the bank, you're more direct. Your perception and understanding that pattern would change. It would look different because more or less of each of these little bits is revealed.
Can I'm
yeah.
sorry, I just offer a thought here is, because I am looking at this kind of trying to envision it. Maybe this would help the BAR, but it seems to be almost be a sort of a sculptural piece, or we could think of it as a 3-dimensional mural. So in that case, there's a way of thinking this through, is not necessarily the design of it, but the location of it. I mean, certainly not, the design doesn't matter, but it's as far as an installation at this location, and but what the result of the artwork may be, maybe step away from that. The other piece is that, and just some lessons learned from the code building, some of the metal panels that are at the street level, just durability, repairs, maintenance, things like that, pieces get broken. So I'm not suggesting you treat it as a sculpture or mural, but it's one way to think about it. And then sort of that durability thought. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm not sure where that got us, but so how, as the architects, will you all be sure you're getting what you want? Are you going to be doing a mock-up of this and reviewing it on site? And if so, can the BAR have the ability to review it also? I'd like to know what it is that we're reviewing and being asked to approve before. And clearly, you don't know either at this point.
That's correct. There will be mock-ups at a relatively small scale to demonstrate fastening and other aspects of this that are essential to its construction and its kind of performance, but don't describe the scale. Now that said, you can learn a lot from live 3-dimensional modeling of it, and that's how we're working on it. And I would be happy to, in the same way that you might review a mock-up, share with you, our final review of this thing in that same way. We can emulate being at street level and then having a cone of vision that starts to incorporate the full building facade and then adjust for position. I totally appreciate your question and would like to offer that now. So that I'm kind of describing something, I was going to say something live, which maybe that's difficult to coordinate. I suppose such a thing could also be, I think our technology would let us deliver that as a series of frames, a video really. So we wouldn't all have to join together for something like that.
Well, I just bring up my own difficulty, my own hesitance in approving something that I don't know what it's going to look like, and maybe the rest of the BAR members are willing to accept it on faith. I don't know. It seems to me that, I mean, we go through an awful lot of trouble requiring mock-ups of traditional conventional construction. This is something new that I've seen before the BAR.
Mm-hmm. Well, or
can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just know we need to kind of keep moving, so I want to just like make sure we get to the questions that are necessary, and we can circle back around it during the comment
okay.
period. But,
Sorry, Brett.
I said I could prepare a video, really even a series of still images shot from here. I think would do a much better job, certainly than a physical sample of a portion of it, of describing, making pretty clear the effect, and would do that job. I don't know why I didn't think of that for this. Well, part of it is that we haven't nailed it down, but I think I know pretty closely what we want. I think I may have been able to present you with 12 images that would have given you an idea. It's like, oh, I understand what he's talking about.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
I'd like to just request a little bit more information about the materials. Are they going to be, as Jeff said, fragile? Will they damage? This will be at pedestrian level on the street. You've mentioned bronze. We know there's metal. Just would like to see the thickness, what it looks like. I think I might have to see some sort of sample of this. Besides the video, I think would be great to capture the image of
Right.
the moire that you're trying to
yeah, well, it'd be
affect.
certainly along with the brick, we could submit a sample of 3 tiles, I'll call them, of representative size. The fattest ones we expect to see at the base, something in the middle, and one of the finer ones from the top. But we expect them to be painted aluminum, and the bronze would be very thin. It's for the most part completely protected material, just hard to the surface of what is effectively sheathing over the elevator shaft.
Just a question, if I may. How are the tiles attached to the bronze?
The tiles will have blind fasteners, and then as an assembly, the thing goes up in panels of maybe 6 courses each, which will be assembled offsite, and then those panels go up in a more conventional way, as if they were an opaque piece of glass in a captured glazing system. So all the fasteners would be then concealed on the back side of that.
So those
Any
will be
other
the same.
questions?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So those will be the same material as the mullions on the fenestration.
Yeah, the glazing system on the building proper side of that's fairly conventional, aluminum extrusions and blank and brake metal with coated finish. And yes, they're the same finish method, very different in that you'll be seeing the edge of these materials, and so they'll have some thickness that's.
Robert, what's the max projection of any one of those small tiles?
At the moment, I'm showing I have 3 inches about, and that's up at the
Yeah,
elevation
up high,
at which you
yeah.
have a canopy.
Yeah. And last questions, we'll move to comments. Okay, any comments from the public? If so, raise your hand using the raise hand feature, or what is it, star
9. Yeah.
star 9 if you're on the phone.
I don't see any raised hands. Breck, at Friday's HRC meeting, I accidentally told people to press star 9 for unmute, and then we just got a bunch of raised hands. So it's good to know the different commands. Anyway.
Okay, star 9. All right, we're open for comments from the board. Would anybody like to kick us off with thoughts about the project? I'll just jump in and say that, and I think it's a given that there's some concern just about exactly what we would be approving. So it's certainly going to want to see a brick sample and some samples of this screen material, and perhaps an animation of some sort to understand the effect.
Well, I'll just say that I think the screen is a really interesting dynamic kind of reinterpretation of the weaving pattern you get with brick. So in that respect, I think given the size of the module, I think that it's a nice contemporary take on the kind of materials that are used in the mall.
I agree with that. I think it's actually a really good idea. But I think obviously the number of questions that you've received already about what it's doing just points to the fact that we're interested in it. You know, number one, in my mind, I question it because I think it's a great idea, but I want it to be really great. You know, and I'm looking at the image of your rendering and then the precedent images beside it. And to me, that's very telling in a way. Like I feel like the precedent images that you presented here really do show that moire effect very well. And for me, the moire effect is this sort of like all about this sleight of hand, number one, where at some point you might look at something and it looks bland, and then the sun comes out, or the moon comes out, and then all of a sudden you're faced with this really striking contrast and this really beautiful pattern, whether it's one bold strike or a wave, or maybe it's on the other end of the spectrum, it's just a very subtle screen like effect. So my just to sort of follow through with some of the other comments, my feeling about the rendering that you provided, I'm squinting, but I'm not quite feeling something there, and so I think whether it's a 3D, I think these precedent images maybe are physical models, that maybe you can do with a CNC machine if this is a CNC project. I don't know if there's a way to miniaturize it and make it something that we could look at. But obviously, just I'm very interested. So would love to, see more study on it. And I'm assuming that's where you're headed anyway. And when you talk about nailing the thing down, and then the other thing I just like to mention is far as the front facade goes. I'm also interested in a little bit more detailing on the windows, and I guess first, I'd like to say, with some of those elevations, it would be helpful for me to see the context that the building sits in. Not necessarily that I have to see direct relationships, but I am interested in your comment about it being a proportional project. And so I'm interested in seeing, how the proportions of this facade relate to what's on either side, especially given the fact that, that's how we experience walking down the mall, is just a one after the other, variety of kind of interesting detailing and, one object next to the other, an assemblage of different facades. So that would be helpful. I'd like to, in the same way I'm thinking about the screen, I'd like to see a little bit, maybe a more push of variety or something with the window patterns. And I think this goes back to the guidelines and the way that all of this, we're kind of talking about decoration here. And I think there's a decorative pattern to a lot of the precedents along the mall. I think as we walk down the mall, there's the sort of copper metallic canopies that we look at and admire, the detailing from the 30s and the 20s. There's some more contemporary detailing that catches our eye. So, in a way, I think that's pretty neat that this is a, sort of a detailing in a way decorative project. And so I'd kind of like to see how that pushes a little bit more in the window wall. Just like, just as a for instance, in questioning the intent behind the solids versus the glass, you'd mentioned that the idea there was for a sort of a singular oculus, or a singular opening, singular aperture. And when you mentioned that, I saw it, but I feel like in a way that the big band going across it sort of breaks that up, and maybe works against that singularity a little bit. And then I also kind of am interested in the where the numbers are, the 310 and the kind of butt jointed of the glass. I mean, I think there's an interest there that I'd almost like to see spread out to the other sort of the more typical storefront patterns that happen everywhere else around, in the same way that there's a huge opportunity, I think, with the screen. And I think this kind of goes back to Sherry's original comment about how this is a tabula rasa, right? There's nothing, the historic context was ripped out of this thing kind of brutally, whenever that was 40 years ago. So there's a great opportunity here to sort of bring back some ghost of the the old detailing of years past on the mall. So thank you, though. I think it's a good start to an interesting project.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I'll go next.
Sherry?
First of all, we haven't talked about the Water Street side, but I just wanted to say personally, I don't have really any objections to it. I think it meets our guidelines. Anyway, no comments, no objections. My concerns and focus are on the transparency of the glass on the mall, as I mentioned. I'm happy that the brick color is more nuanced, and that you've provided this sample that gives us a little bit more color than the elevation that was shown, which kind of looks like, grayish, greenish, monotone. Be just interested to see the color, the mortar, and more details as other people have said, including surrounds and so forth. Personally, I think the screen is pretty cool. And it's a great innovation, and it's a much better solution than what you had before us in October. I think it could be just fantastic. But I think we need more information about the materials and how it would work and exactly what you're going to spell out in the moire. You know, if there's secret code, we get clues to and run up and down the mall and do some geocaching or something. I don't know. Sorry, it feels like it's later than it is. I would also say, along the same lines of David's comments, that I am concerned about how these openings relate to existing buildings on the downtown mall, and the first two guidelines under new construction definitely ask us to look at buildings, openings, rhythm of voids and masses, and proportions, and make sure that those sort of are similar to adjacent or nearby structures. So maybe just some elevations. I think David had suggested that. Just showing us, you know, maybe anything in that block doesn't have to be really fancy. It doesn't, these 3 stories don't strike me as being incredibly out of character, but they do seem to have more of a commercial feel than other buildings traditionally on the mall do that have a little bit of smaller scale. So I'd just like to take a gander at that. But overall, I think I'm really supportive, and it looks like a really neat project. So thank you for bringing it before us.
Other thoughts? Maybe I'll jump in. I'm really supportive of the project. I think that the way that you've approached these facades has been, you know, really successful. I really like the elongated proportions. I think they're appropriate contemporary response to the condition that you've found. The comment, the couple of concerns about the panel kind of I echoed from David. My concern is that part of that really great, elegant, long proportion, I'm hoping is not detracted from by the treatment that you'll have to give the pattern in the lower 7 or 8 feet. And that I just worry that it could get really flat and really less interesting, and maybe squeeze your kind of really amount of real estate that you're getting that effect. I hope it wouldn't feel like a very different material in that portion. I'm also I'm not convinced by the effect in the rendering. I'm concerned that the really beautiful ones, the white ones, are using the white material and direct light that creates shadow and creates a lot of contrast. And yet what you're proposing is dark, using dark colors on a north facade that's not going to have direct sunlight. And so I do feel, while I do think the potential is there for it to be exquisite, I am not convinced yet by what you've shown us. And I'm also, and in addition, the proportion of the depth of relief that you are working with is much less than the small little paper models or the other examples that you're showing. So hoping that it doesn't end up feeling two-dimensional or kind of underwhelming for the amount of effort that is taken to create it. I will note that in the earlier elevations, the bronze color was really helpful in setting itself off against that primarily dark gray facade. And I'm worried that we're really losing that color, and it's gotten very dark. Well, if it was more like the rendering, it could be very dark. Maybe that lighter brick is helping. And lastly, I'll just say that there have been a few questions about the windows and the storefront system, and so in many cases, we have because the storefront system is fairly straightforward. We don't require as much information regarding that. However, in this case, the storefront is essentially almost the entire facade. So I think it's worth it's well within our purview to understand a little bit more about that system and certainly the glazing that would be included in it. That's
You're speaking about on the Main Street side, more about how it ties in with the spandrel. Just really
correct. The depth of how much detail is included in that section, or if it's really the 2-inch piece and the glass, and the character of that glass. Any other comments? Maybe while we're waiting, or for any last comments, Robert, could you? I know you put this up for final COA approval this evening, and there's a number of questions about both samples and details. Do you have any quick comment about where you are in the process?
Yeah, I think we're pretty far along understanding, having in our office the information that, say, your question that you just posed about the storefront and how it, and just at a finer scale, specifically what's going on is that storefront goes to the spandrel and back. We understand that here, and so it would be fairly easy to get to you. I say easy, could get back to you quite rapidly. The development of the screen is ongoing. It would be, I'm just not sure how to propose. I mean, ideally, remaining questions would be addressed and approved in one fell swoop, without setting aside bits and pieces to either come back or to be reviewed, as samples in the conference room or something like that. I just the kind of general construction and design schedule, we need to keep going. But I think it seems pretty clear from your comments today that generally what's happening in terms of our choice of systems and basic structural conditions and material choices are acceptable. It's very easy to isolate out the panel as kind of off the construction schedule, and in other words, I don't really see of the what I would like to come your questions and how I would like to address them. I don't see that holding up our general work on the project. I would expect to be able to come back, probably not next month, but 8 weeks roughly from now. We'll be working on our architectural, construction documentation in the meantime.
Okay. Let's see if there's we'll get back to that. Any other comments from the board? So what I'm hearing is, as Robert said, general support for the direction and approach, with some questions about some of the details and samples, and then understanding that there's a kind of a little longer time frame in the finalizing the construction of the panel. I don't know, Jeff, if you have any comments about ways that I know I don't know that we have enough information to approve the panel tonight, but I know that we also have challenges in how we would come back and approve that at a later date.
I think there's a couple things that that I think we need to clarify. That one, just simply being the glass spec. What do you have something in mind? A variation is the 70 VLT, what you want, and that would be information provided by the company that does the storefronts. the second piece that I'd like to at least make sure we clarify is that, and it's always been the difficulty of having renderings versus elevations. And we get details that are slightly different. For example, that soldier course in the front below the front storefront. But there's I also just happen to notice that at the rear elevation, I can't tell if things are supposed to align or if it's just the way the rendering has it presented. So it's an actual elevation in lieu of a rendering is probably preferable, just to make sure we see all the details. And then it does seem like there's some material samples that you all want to see, the front screen, and then whatever the screening material is in the back. So, I mean, there's clearly, I hear support, but I don't know how you would phrase this. I mean, unless you all have some really strong opinions or you want to make some clarifications about the renderings so that we're clear about what's understood. And that but there really needs to be just simply bumped to next month and with these details brought back.
Yeah, and Robert, we're getting more and more guidance from city attorney and from city staff about limiting or not allowing COAs with extensive conditions. We're limited in our ability to go back and approve pieces in a piecemeal fashion. So certainly, as I've seen things tonight, it certainly would be my preference to approve this at a later date. But knowing that we've enjoyed the project is enjoying good support from the board, but we need a little bit more information to understand exactly what we're approving.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. And as I said, that's fine. We obviously need to develop of the things we have, they're fairly easy to convey. Of the things we don't have, we need to develop them to get. We'll speak internally in the office whether we shoot for next month or the following, but that all makes perfect sense to me. And
in that case, Rob, you would have to request it.
Yeah. So I'm glad I've got great comments here. Honestly, do it, particularly on that panel, which, there's so many variables and it's such a flexible system. It's great to have, several interested observers and comments here. I would like to ask for deferral and we'll return with addressing some of these issues.
Here, someone like to move to accept the deferral? I'll move it then. Okay. And a second, I'll second.
Okay. So I have a motion from James and a second from Breck. I will call a vote in the order that I see you on my screen. Mr. Lehendro?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman?
Aye.
Mr. Zemer? Mr. Strange?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Mr. Edwards?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith. It doesn't sound like he's on, but I will record that. The vote is unanimous. Thank you.
So
Thank you all.
before you go,
Thank you, Robert.
before we close this, and just want to make sure, were there any instructions on the glass that you all, anything specific that, well, I think we discussed some of the other details. Is there anything you all would like to see?
I don't see any reason why this shouldn't be VLT on the mall side. The conditions where we have allowed for less than 70 have typically been south-facing facades and not at a ground level with the street.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
And
Thank you all.
we'll if everyone's doing okay, we will move on to the next order of business, which is
I was just going to say, Breck, the
City
courthouse
Court.
is coming up, and there are a number of Stephen Whites in the attendee list, and I assume they're all associated, as well as Elliott Roadside. I'm going to all promote you to panelists, which means you're going to be booted out briefly, but then you'll come back in the meeting with video. So just hold on for a sec.
That's great. And once we figure out who will be presenting, I'll just note again, I know that there's a lot to talk about here with the courts building, and certainly there's new members, but we'll certainly give the time that we need for conversation. So if we have reviewed the materials, so if we could please keep the presentation to around the 10 minutes that we've allotted. Or less.
We all set, Robert?
No,
Watkins?
it's taking a little bit of time.
So while it's taking that time, so I want to also tell some, so the way our agendas are set up, items that were deferred come after the consent agenda. And I know this may be a long item, and the next one with the Park Street might be quicker, but something we could keep in mind next time. It's not set in stone to do it this way, but this is why I didn't rearrange it to the end, because of the deferred items. So I think I can. What's that, Robert?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I see one Stephen White.
Elliott's here.
Okay. Are the others?
Stephen, okay.
The others aren't promoting for me, so I don't know if the others listed are going to join the call as well. Do you need
Robert,
other? Yes.
can you have Drew Taylor join as well?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
And then the Stephen that I see, are you actually Stephen White?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
okay.
I am, and that's fine. I think
Okay.
the others are taking notes.
Okay, sure. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was on who needed to be.
Yep,
The
thank you.
names have been off at times, so.
Yep. I
right,
think,
so-
yeah, we have everybody who should be here now.
All right. So just very quickly, we discussed this in our preliminary discussion, so I don't have to give too much overview. But again, this is a COA request for the address is 350 Park Street, also 0 Park Street. There's also, I believe, a parcel in East High. This is for the City County Courts Complex expansion. As you know, the last or a year ago, the Levy edition, the raising of it to create space for this was approved by the BAR. So the conversation is now into the design of what the expansion will be. I have, as I mentioned, had a lengthy conversation with Eric Antman, and I know Eric can't join us tonight, but while this is a formal request, the applicants understand that they will be requesting deferral at the end of this. So while we're not asking the BAR to make a decision tonight, it's really want to stress we've got on the pages 2 and 3 of the staff report, and also in that email that I sent out to you earlier, is to really have 2 objectives. One is, address any issues, design issues that the BAR has. And the other is to identify what type of information that you all want to see. And I know we have some new faces on the BAR, but traditionally for a building like this, as I've told Eric, is a series of wall sections, particularly helpful. Window and door specifications, particularly on the glass types. There are some materials and details in these drawings that maybe a little finer grain would be helpful to look at. Lighting, for example, is also not addressed. So if there is exterior lighting, make sure we understand that. But I really want to be, again, addressing the design issues and also addressing what in subsequent submittals you all on the BAR would like to see so that we can move this thing forward. So that's all I wanted to offer, and I'll hand it over to, I guess, Steve. And unless you all have questions for me.
Okay, well, thank you, Jeff. And thank you to the board tonight for your time and attention to this project. Again, my name is Steve White. I'm a principal with Fentress Architects in our Washington, D.C. practice. And we have last saw you all in July of 21, and we got a lot of really productive comments and feedback, which we appreciate very much. We've been very diligently advancing the design inside and out for the last 6 months. And our intent tonight is to show you, as Jeff was saying, what we've progressed with, and with our plan to come back again a third time, or actually a fourth time technically, but a third time for design with regards to more granular detail. So tonight's presentation is divided into 4 sections. And I will try to go through the first 2 sections rapidly. I know there are a couple of new board members, so I want to respect that and let you have a chance to be oriented to the project. And they are the history as the first one, and then the site context analysis as the second. The third part of the discussion or presentation will be on the building design, which is the meat and potatoes of the project, the presentation tonight. And then the fourth and final is materiality. Okay, so just to orient everyone to the site, we are north is up, and we're looking at the parameters of the building site. We do have Park Street on the west, on the left there. We have High Street to the north. We have the Jessup House, which is a county-owned property to the east or to the right. And we have East Jefferson Street to the south. And then finally, we have the Redlands Club, which I know you all were chatting about earlier, in that southwest corner. There is a 1980s addition that is, there's a gray poche over it in this, that will be demolished as part of the project. What will remain, of course, is the original Levy structure from 1851, which is in the top left corner. Next slide. So real quickly, the Courts Complex, the history really starts in 1803 with the building that's on the right-hand side there in that cluster of the 2 building facades. And it was added on to a few times over a number of years, over at least 100 years. The facade you see there actually was 100 years after the original one was built. But it is a wonderful cultural resource that you all have in your wonderful city. And it will be the circuit court and will remain as the circuit court when this project is finished. So I think it's important to know that the project that we're discussing tonight is actually a lower court. It's the General District Court. The building to the left there is a 1938 addition. It was actually originally an administrative office building, and it was converted to courts, and we will have the remainder of the circuit court or higher court functions going on in that structure. So that is just a preamble really to what we're going to be doing across the street. Next slide. These just give you some historical research that we've been diving into over the last year. The Redlands Club is noteworthy in the top right corner there. And I believe that is John Jewett on his horse there. Next. And then of course, just, for us, understanding the context of the region and of the Shenandoah. Next. And then the site itself, we did fly a drone over the site and actually use that to do investigative work related to facade restoration. And we had them pop up here to get a good bird's eye. And this is looking west. And the next slide is looking east. So you can see there in the top portion, you have the Levy building on the left, the 1980s addition kind of far back in there beyond with the parking lot. That is what will come down in this project. And I think the Redlands Club is hidden by the tree over there on the right. All right, next slide. So these three facades certainly are very important to us in the makeup of the character, proportion, scale, the identity of this campus as a courts campus, a judicial facility made up of 4 structures, the 4th being the new structure. So I think that's also important for us, and keeping that in mind as we figure out the identity of this new structure. Next. And these next 2 or 3 slides are simply just Google Street views. They're really more for us than for you because you know these views and drive them every day. And then in site analysis, this is just a sampling of the things we were looking at, but we looked at traffic patterns, we looked at view sheds to the site, view sheds from the site topography, high points, low points, solar orientation, et cetera. Okay, so I included in the package 3 or 4 pages of written narrative, and the intent there was to provide you with a narrated response. And it looks like, Robert, this one glitched.
Yeah,
it's got some sort of...
Steve, I apologize. When I converted it to upload it to the website, it did that, but I did just an hour ago send out the corrected one back to the viewer.
Oh, that's fine. It's not for tonight anyway, but for the board, you know, I encourage you to, if you have time, to read through that. But it does go through carefully the comments we received and our response to those comments. All right, right here is good, Robert. So this is our current site plan, and there are a couple of things that I want to point out about the site plan. You'll see as you look at the model, as we get further in the discussion, that the building is made up of a series of building forms, and the forms are really driven a lot by the function that's within, simply because we have large courtrooms, and the large courtrooms, there are 2, they make up the primary building mass. And then we have a series of what we're calling saddlebags that essentially support that primary mass with building judges' chambers to the north. We have the building entrance and portico. And then of course we have the hyphen or connection to the Levy building. So you see the Levy building in the top left corner. There's a hyphen between, and then the building forms really, and they're very much a contextual response to the building masses that are adjacent to our property, and the lengths of walls, the heights of walls, the steps, where the steps occur, and so on. So, and you'll see that as we go through this. The other piece to this site plan that I want to point out is that we have, since the first presentation, the entry plaza really is our most important space. It's a public space. It's a outdoor space that is essentially an outdoor room that is framed by 2 buildings that are 150 to 200 years old, and then the third side is the new building entry portico, and so that really becomes the place where you meet your associates, you meet your attorney. There are serious discussions before going in. There's serious discussions after coming back out. And so this is really intended to be a place of calming and respite, and to be a civic space that is indicative of the gravitas of the court system. And so that's really what's going on in our mind when we're thinking about the creation of that outdoor architecture. All right, next slide, Robert. So real quickly, the plans, just again, so you can understand the function here. The blue is essentially the public spaces. Behind those blue spaces is all functional areas like the clerk's offices. They're very highly trafficked spaces. So they're on the first floor. The Commonwealth Attorney is in the Levy building, and they actually take up the entirety of the Levy building top to bottom. So you actually enter the main portico at that center portion where the elliptical form is. And if you're going to meet with the Commonwealth Attorney, you would actually then turn left and make your way around to the Levy building. You would not be entering the building anywhere other than that entry portico. There are stairs that flank the north and south ends of the building, and those are also expressed on the exterior and help break down the scale and the mass of the building. Next slide. So this is the Piano Nobile. This is really where the most important functions of the building are, which is the courts. So you go up through a double height rotunda space, and then into this linear corridor that feeds these courts, the two courts. One is the county general district court, and the other is the city general district court, and the judges' chambers to the north. And again, that Commonwealth Attorney space is stacked up on that upper left corner. Next slide. And this is the roof plan. We do have a mechanical screen wall, which I'll describe later, but it has been deeply recessed from primary elevations to be discrete, as well as functionally moved off of the edge of the courtrooms so as to mitigate noise that occurs as a result of the units. All right, now we're going to shift gears slightly to the portico, and these just give some precedent. The top three images, well, certainly two of them you're very well familiar with, but those are traditional porticos that reflect civic or government or academic functions. And then the bottom three are all courthouses, either at the state or federal level, which are modern interpretations of those traditional porticos. So some things that we looked at in the design of the front entrance. Next slide. We also studied carefully the proportions of the facades of the buildings, particularly the buildings that are part of the courts complex. So the Levy Greek Revival on the top left there, the 1803 original structures, additions from the 1870s and 1890s, and which are in Ionic order, and also just even the bookended brick walls. Next slide. So this is a rendering of that entry plaza. You can see that it is a formal, symmetrical space framed by the Redlands Club on the right and the Levy building on the left. The portico is a modern expression in steel and glass that we'll describe in further detail later in the presentation. There are honey locust trees which frame the left and right as well and create nice dappled light and shade for benches that are left and right. The elliptical form we've studied quite extensively, and we're still studying different patterns for that elliptical form, which on the west end, or the end that's facing you, creates the building signage. It also separates the ADA access on the right from the stair access on the left as the site slopes from right to left in this frame. Next slide. These are studies of the elliptical form, all predominantly in brick with highlights in bluestone. We have not settled on a particular pattern yet, but we are investigating various patterns in the design right now. Next slide. This is a colored rendition of the plan of that space. So you can see the six, we had two on either side previously. We've now actually pushed the building back about 17 feet and added an additional honey locust to create a frankly, a better outdoor room, a better proportioned outdoor room, and a more ceremonial space as a forecourt to the entrance of the courthouse. And the next slide essentially is a diagram illustrating the accessible routes. Next slide. And again, a blown up version of those same accessible ADA routes to and from the entrances and from ADA parking, which would be parallel parking on the street. These two sections simply illustrate the benches and the trees and the site walls for that space. This is a view from Park Street, looking at the plaza, and this is a similar view rendered of the scale and character of that space. The building forms have been deliberately kept low. It's a two-story structure that sits approximately 35 feet and steps such that no portion of the new building is taller than the cornice line of the Levy building, which we felt was important. This view is just further north on Park Street. Next slide. And then, Robert, if you zoom in slightly, just in terms of the sort of rhythm of that front facade, the last time you saw this, it was a 5-bay order running across the entirety of that saddlebag. And we have changed it to an ABA rhythm with a 3-bay order in the center, and then bookends left and right, which actually worked very well for us in terms of the function in the interior with queuing and screening. But also, I think from a scale point of view in relationship to Levy, just was working better to create a sibling, if you will, of the Levy building that is somewhat of a reflection. But different. This is a detail of how the portico, the way we're thinking of the detailing at this time. And that is that it's a galvanized architectural finish steel, which for the architects on the board, they understand that. But basically what it means is that the welds are done to a certain level of quality, and there's no writing on the steel. Sometimes you'll see where they write, which plant it came from and so forth. None of that is on there. It's very clean. But if you galvanize it and then paint it, and it can be a very nice finish. The roof of it is actually a brise soleil, and the anteroom or weatherlock, which is the muntined one-story element, actually is a roofed space. So that's where your weatherlock is, and it's sort of nested internal to that larger element. The muntined portion would be clad, so it would be an aluminum clad storefront system that would not be the exposed steel per se. So this is sort of shifting gears a little bit. This is the north side. So this is up on High Street with the Levy building on the right and the addition that will be removed on the left. And this next view is the design of the new structure. And you can see that saddlebag that is the judge's chambers is very similar in scale to the Levy building, and sort of left to right or east to west. Its dimension in that direction also is very similar. And then the step back to the left with the recessed panel and the garage entrance, which is for one thing to keep in mind with a courthouse. There's very specific functional criteria. We have, just as an example here, we have it's essentially a sally port for detainee transfer. So going down the ramp and into a secure space. It's also a secure zone for our judges to park and the chief clerks to park. That was a very important functional requirement for us. So anyway, that is tucked away, and it also aligns with the face of the Jessup House that's on the left. Next slide. All right, this gets into a little bit of the detailing of the brick. I will say that our intent here is to really finesse the facade with very subtle details and to not overplay our hand so as to be somewhat deferential to the historic structures but yet be pleasantly detailed in proportions that are really nice. So the steps, if you zoom in slightly, the steps in the facade are essentially 2 to 4 inches, depending on where you are. But those primary pilasters are all 2-inch changes in plane. The entablature is a series of corbels, and there is cast stone that is intentionally a similar color to the brick, so as not to create a heavy striation that can be distracting and also can be seen as mimicry to the historic structures, all of which have that white trim. It's also indicative of the function of the courts. So the courts are on that upper level. We have very tall ceilings there, and we have light that is borrowed through clear stories into those courtrooms. So that's the reason for the really tall window. All right, next slide. This is the elevation of the east. So that's the Jessup House in the foreground, just letting you all know that it is by and large covered because that building is only about 10 to 15 feet away. Since you last saw it, the facade has been broken into an ABABA rhythm rather than one long strip of windows and pilasters. We thought that it broke it up nicely. It also is indicative of the 2 courts. So there's one court on the left, one court on the right, and a space between. And so the facade is telling that story, but it also is breaking down the scale, I think, nicely. You can see also the very subtle saddlebag. So the saddlebag on the right for the judge's chamber, you see how that cornice line is picked up, and there's no parapet wall. So very subtle steps that are occurring along and around the facade. Next slide, Robert. This is again the north. So the levee on the right, the hyphen on the left, you see how much lower that hyphen is from not only the main structure, but also the saddlebag of the chambers. The long element kind of between the hyphen and the element on the left is the stair, and that stair egresses out to grade. So that expression there is slightly different. And the window is at the landing. So again, just trying to create some interest and some variation to help mitigate the fact that we've got a pretty large institutional building across the street from a residential neighborhood. And then this facade is the south facade. So here you can see the Redlands Club in the sort of ghosted thing there on the left with the levee behind it. You can see the relationship of the portico and the weatherlock to the saddlebag of the entry element. And that element there has windows according to the interior arrangement. But that proportion is very in keeping with all the townhouses that are nearby. And then there's a couple of slight recessed panels. You can see it kind of between the stair and the entry element on the left. There's a 2-inch recess panel to create some interest along the Redlands Club parking lot. Next slide. Then this is
Stephen, I just I just wonder if I could just ask you with just in the interest of leaving enough time for conversation and questions to kind of move. We're at about 20 minutes, and just maybe focus. We've reviewed these documents, so just any most salient points.
Oh, I'm sorry, Breck. That's my fault. I can speed it up for sure. This is just an aerial view showing the south and east. And then you can go to next slide. And then these are the materials. We're actually at the end. Materials, so we have 3 brick blends that we're studying right now, all with darker mortars. An example on the bottom left there is the National Building Museum, where it uses a sandstone, a red brick, and a red mortar as a way to differentiate it from its neighbors. We're also using a Norman brick. The trim color is in that last slide, is a sort of bluish slate color that we think works nicely with the brick, and is also a departure again from the white trim muttoned windows that are predominant. These are slides showing materials for the exterior plaza spaces. So the brick walls, the slate, and the benches.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have any questions from the public?
If you wish to provide comment, please raise your hand and I will unmute you. Mr. Chair, I see 12 attendees, but I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, questions from the board?
Could you talk a little bit more about why mimicry and the use of a single material in order to kind of mimic the classical forms of the adjacent buildings is the correct approach here?
I'm sorry, can you explain that a little bit better for me? I didn't understand what you meant.
You use the word mimicry.
Mm-hmm.
And I see the way that you've kind of reinterpreted the classical forms from the adjacent buildings through the use of brick. And my question is, why mimicry and why the use of brick so predominantly?
Well, maybe there was some misunderstanding that we were intentionally not trying to use mimicry. There was the intentional use of other materials to avoid mimicry.
That satisfy your question, Clayton, or do you?
I mean, I suppose I guess my main question is, there's so much use of a single material. I just find it a little bit odd, and I find it strange that you wouldn't make better use of contemporary ideas about brick in order to address the kind of classical language in a new way. It seems very much to me like a very one-to-one relationship in a way between what's existing and what you're proposing, but using brick as a kind of paintbrush to do that. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly how to respond, but I hear what you're
That's
saying.
fine.
I guess that's more of a comment.
Okay.
We can come back around to that in comments. Any other questions?
I have a question about, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's right. I thought I read somewhere in there that the MEP penthouse was sort of a if needed? Like, do you know if you need it or not?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing what you said.
Couldn't hear
Sorry.
James either. Sorry.
Ah, damn it. The MEP penthouse
Yes, sir.
on the roof. I thought I read that was if needed. Is that needed?
It is absolutely needed, yes. If it was written as if needed, that was an error on our part.
Okay. That answered my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
While we're on that, could you remind us what the nature of that screen would be?
Sure. Yeah,
Materially?
I didn't get it. I was trying to blow through the very end there. It would be a metal panel that would be likely in a vertical orientation, but it would be a butt seam, so there would be no shadow line per se, and it would be likely the same tone as the blue gray of the window trim.
Other questions from the board? Jody?
I think I know the answer to this, but so no natural light in courtrooms. No, the only natural light in the building is going into the hallways that ring the building. I mean, is that just the way it is with courtrooms and court buildings these days? And just the lack of natural of windows around it. I mean, it looks like a fortress. And it's just a lack of transparency, a lack of penetration. And it's just hard to believe that with all this, that courtrooms can't have natural light. No, I guess it's a question. So I mean, were you in the program not allowed to put natural light in the courtrooms?
Well, this is a very astute question, and I appreciate you asking it. Well, first of all, there will be light in the courtrooms. There'll be a clear story light that will be high. Similar actually to it's somewhat similar to the city general district court. If you've been in that courtroom, there is a clear story there. The reason, without getting into too much detail, it's essentially a security and egress driven issue. I don't know if you're aware of how exactly a modern new courthouse works, but there are three essential elements. There's the public, there is the judiciary, and there's the detainee. They're all three separate independent circulation routes that can never cross except for in the courtroom itself. So they are very much a driver. I will say that I designed a courthouse recently for the federal courts that did have windows on the edge. The way you achieve that is by having extra stairs in the back in order to not have to have the circulation wrap around. We could do that here if we had more site. And actually that was something that we tried to achieve at one point, but we're really hemmed in with our size of our site to be able to get that to happen. But I'm sensitive to this issue and realize that particularly the judges and the clerks spend most of their day in these rooms, and to have natural light in them is really important.
Is a skylight a viable option?
Yes, it could be a viable option, yes.
Stephen, I don't see any clear story windows in the building facades. Where is the light coming in?
Well, if you'd like to show the slide deck. if you just go to any of the facades on the back. Yeah, right there, that detail one is fine. Well, that's fine too, Robert. If you,
So there's a hall. Those are directly onto a hall. Are there clear
Correct.
story
yeah,
windows into the
that's
hallway?
quite tall. Do you see the 16-foot dimension? So
Mhm.
those windows are about 12 feet tall. And that's a clear
Okay.
story in that upper portion.
That goes direct. Okay, so that goes directly
Mhm.
over the hall into the
That's
into
right.
the courtroom. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
And Steve, what's the remaining material on these windows?
Oh,
What is
like the
that?
trim?
No, what would be called fenestration, but they're not the clear story that would bring natural light in.
Oh, just regular vision glass. I mean, that tall window is all clear vision glass.
It's clear vision glass, but you
Yes.
said there's no natural light coming in it. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the term vision glass. Could you describe what that is? This is
I'm
a
sorry,
glass
did I
that-
say there was no light coming in? Maybe someone else commented that there was no light coming in.
I thought that you had just said that when we looked that only the top, what I would describe as rectangular horizontal windows would be the ones letting the lights in, and that was a clear story.
Well, the
Is that
question,
not-
I'm sorry, yeah, the question was, I don't see any clear story windows. Show me the clear story. And so I was pointing out where the clear story is. But those are actually, when we say vision lights, that means that they're lights you can see through. They're clear.
Okay.
So basically from the floor to 12 feet above the floor is a large window, which includes that horizontal band, which is called a clear story, all of which contributes to the light that goes in the courtroom.
So there is a lot of natural light in these courtrooms. I'm sorry, I thought you had
Well,
just said that.
I think the confusion was that there's a corridor. If you go to the plan, Robert, I don't know how hard it is to get to that, but the corridor
Around the exterior.
Yes, ma'am. It is part of that
Got it.
it's a security requirement. But essentially it bounces light into the courtroom itself. And the courtroom itself has bands of light that are up high. Have you been in the city GDC?
Yes, I've practiced law in there. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes.
I've been to all 4 of the local courts, and they all have
Okay.
natural light in them.
Yes,
And
they
they're
do.
not federal courts, they're state courts. There is no state requirement that I'm aware of, and I know I'm going into my comments, that there be no natural lights in the Commonwealth of Virginia in courtrooms.
Well, there is natural light.
Correct, in all 4 of our local courthouses.
Right, and there's natural light in this one as well.
Good,
Yes,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other clarifying questions? All right.
Just a quick question
Go
about
ahead,
the,
David.
just a quick question about, maybe you could explain the front portico as it's designed at this point. It looks like, am I reading that correctly, in that the vertical columns are disengaged from the portico below? And so it's almost like 2 separate structures there, where the columns are outside of the glass and the box, the 1-story box below.
That's right. Yes, that's correct.
And
And
so go ahead.
No, sir,
Sorry.
go ahead, David, sorry.
Oh, so my follow-up question was, I guess nothing really happens up there. That's just a solid roof up above on the 1st story, and that the 2nd story canopy is just more or less a decorative element. It's not to be occupied at any time, or
Correct. Yeah, the roof the brise soleil would filter light for the second story of that atrium lobby space, with views out to the western site, the circuit court.
And is my interpretation of those windows, and that would be like a thin mutton steel fenestration?
Yeah, I would call it a steel aesthetic. I don't know that it will actually be like a Hope's window, but
Yeah.
it'll be a steel aesthetic.
Okay, thank you.
And I had a related question just about this new space you call the weather lock or vestibule or whatever. What was the origin of that? That's new on this iteration from what we saw before. Just wondering how that came about.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. One thing that we did is we reduced the size and mass of the entire structure, most of it being on the in that lobby sequence. And previously that whole weather lock piece was essentially the first 17 feet of the entire building, which contained the queuing as well as the weather lock. And what we've done is we actually took toilet rooms and pushed them around and then pushed the atrium inward. And then we still wanted a weather lock because they're very functional. It can get quite cold and it's not good for energy use to not have a weather lock. So this was essentially getting us back to the weather lock and doing it in a different expression than we had previously.
And I guess related to that, what was the reason that the building was reduced by that 17 feet?
Well, I don't want to get into too specific of the scenario, but I don't know if you've noticed that inflation has gone up by about 20 to 30% for construction.
I have noticed, if that's a question.
I was being facetious, but and for all the architects on the panel, you know how much pressure there is on our buildings right now. So that was a mitigating factor to still meet the program and to still have a good building, but to reduce the size.
I apologize if I missed this, but could you talk a little bit about the way that the new construction connects with the existing Levy building?
Yes, I certainly can. There's a hyphen currently that's there now. Maybe Robert, if you go to that not the render, but the actual photograph before the render on High Street, yeah, you hit it. And that hyphen right now engages with the cornice. You can see if you zoom in on that cornice, there's actually a railing up there for maintenance people. And the cornice is really jammed into the other cornice. I don't think very sensitively at all. But what we did essentially is align the hyphen in plan so that the hyphen puncture into the levee is exactly the same spot. So we're not making any different of a hole in plan, but in elevation, we're going down in order to restore that cornice all the way across, and we'll repair it so that it's put back to the way it was previously. And that's true on both sides, essentially.
Any further questions from the board? Or we can move into
Just
comments.
one last
Yep.
one. Did I understand you to say that the Levy building, its historic entrance and the way the architecture is designed to emphasize the entrance to the current building, that will no longer be an entrance?
It will no longer be a public entrance.
So it'll be a private entrance, I mean, for the Commonwealth attorneys and for the staff?
As they see fit. Yes, as they see fit.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move to comments. Any comments from the public? If so, use the raise hand feature or press *9 if you're dialing in.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the list of attendees and I don't see any raised hands.
All right, comments from the board. I'll start. Or James, did you want to go?
Sure. Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Plug this thing in, so hopefully that helps.
You're a little muted, so speak up if you don't mind.
Okay. I need new headphones. That's what it boils down to. So I had a couple comments. You know, I guess maybe to piggyback on what Clayton was talking about, I feel like the building as a whole is almost too monochromatic. It's just a huge block of red. And I was wondering if there might be an opportunity to pick up on, you said the trim of the windows was sort of a blue slate color. And I didn't know if maybe even just some detailing like the window sills as a blue stone or something, or even belt coursing or something, just to kind of break up the big mass of red that I feel like we're getting. I don't know what other members of the board think, but that kind of came to me as potential. Let's see. The weather lock. Robert, if you can go to page 169 in the packet, the detail. I worry that by having this muntined enclosure with such small panes of glass, feels to me like a cage, and I would be worried that someone who is innocent until proven guilty would not feel comfortable walking through there. So maybe just trying to pick up on larger pane glass or something. The answer about the penthouse, I think, you know, we'll definitely want to look at details of the penthouse once you get to that. I think in our guidelines, rooftop screening, if roof-mounted mechanical equipment is used, it should be screened from public view. Screening material and design should be consistent with design, textures, materials, and colors of the building. And screening should not appear as an afterthought or addition to the building. So right now it doesn't, I mean, it's obviously just very schematic and conceptual, but I'll just point out that's what our guidelines say once you get to detailing that. It's never an easy thing to do.
Right, I understand.
Yeah. And I feel like the portico, like I respect the kind of, I'm a classicist, but I respect the departure from that. You know, I was pretty intrigued by your precedent images, and I just wonder if there isn't an opportunity to make that have a little more pizzazz, you know? But if you're wanting everything to kind of recede back, that's an approach too. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would echo the what you said about the portico. I also think that the precedents kind of had more to offer, and I also appreciate the contemporary take on the portico, but somehow I feel like there's a degree of kind of governmental transparency and embodied by the examples that you showed that it's kind of lost here, and the way that the fenestration is very, very similar, if not exactly the same, behind the portico. And then the fact that the weather lock basically occupies the entire portico. I feel like the purpose of the portico is to create a kind of indoor-outdoor space, and when the weather lock is in that space, it almost negates the functionality of the portico in my mind. And also, if you go back to the image on, forgive me, on page, the large image of the portico and the public space. I know it's a very delicate kind of game to kind of be deferential, but also to not be kind of unremarkable. And when I look at the image of these two buildings together, there's no question that the new building is not kind of competing with the Levy building, but also it's not a very, I don't know if exciting is the right word, but the materiality of the portico looks very dark, and it kind of shrinks compared to the size of the overall facade. And I can't help but thinking that it's not doing the kinds of things that the portico do on some of the examples that you showed, in terms of kind of creating a nice surface or a moment of engagement for the building with the public space. So I guess I'm echoing the notion that the portico itself could do a lot more and really engage this very nice public space a little more effectively. And then the one other comment I would make is I wonder if using the same architectural language to connect to the Levy building is the right approach. Because as I understand it, this is a building of many masses, as you explained. And I wonder if the mass that connects the existing building to the new building should be articulated in the same way, or if it should have a different kind of, it should be a different kind of connection that really lets us know it's a connection and creates a kind of buffer zone between the new building and the old. That's all I've got.
Could I say something?
Thank you.
Hi.
Please, Rob.
Part of the thing about the portico is, and I think I'm feeling like Stephen here is going to have a bit of whiplash, is people were complaining the portico that he offered the first time was too big. And now that he shrunk it, it's too small. It's a bit of a problem, folks.
I wasn't here last time, I'm sorry.
I know you were. That's why I'm just telling you why he may have offered you a smaller portico, because last time a lot of people thought it was way too big.
Well, I will say that I think that there's been some improvement in the way that the roof lines and the volumes of the buildings have been clarified. I think that was part of it, Ron. It was not just the size of the portico, but its relationship to its adjacent roof line. So actually for my comments, I definitely hear the commentary on the portico, and also the concern about the cage-like reading of a steel facaded, tightly grained fenestration. But my big concern is going back to something that Clayton was trying to be very diplomatic about, and it's the unremarkableness of the rest of the building. And I'm very distressed about the direction that the building and its detailing has gone. The lack of any kind of differentiation in the material leads to a reading, for me, frankly, of just a really big brick box with about the least amount of detailing possible to get it past the BAR. And to me, it's not proportional to the scale of the building. It's not using detail in a way that breaks down the building to make it feel more approachable from a pedestrian standpoint. The facades on High Street are really disasters. They're really because the foundation has only the most minimal treatment. It is a full 9 foot tall, 8 or 9 foot tall brick wall with no differentiation. And you guys have chosen this way of articulating using classical proportion to modulate the building, but the detailing is so skinny and so thin, it's not proportional at all in the way visually to what the weight of a cornice should have, the shadows that it would cast. I could buy that, it doesn't need to be a different color, but if so, it seems like it needs have a deeper, thicker proportion to create the kind of differentiation that you're hoping for. I think while I certainly appreciate and don't know, can't even begin to imagine budgetary concerns that are approaching this building. This is a building that we would hope to be living with for the next 100 years. And I think it's just really underwhelming at the moment. It's really difficult to imagine. In fact, somebody said to me that today, they said they're not from Charlottesville. They said, I can't imagine that a court building in Charlottesville would be a an underwhelming structure. This is something that really is important to both the county and the city. And I think the community deserves a better approach to these facades that are going to be there for a really long time.
I won't pile on too much, but I concur with all of what Breck has said. I'm especially disturbed by the High Street elevation and the pedestrian lack of experience on High Street. Breck's word was right. This is disastrous.
Maybe I'll mention something brief in defense of it. I suspect that the approach with using brick as a kind of monomaterial is a kind of attempt to make this not just a complete kind of copy of something classical, but I wonder if there aren't kind of other ways, and this is kind of what I was alluding to in the beginning, I guess. I wonder if there aren't other ways to use brick that are not super classicist, that might relate to classical proportions, but could kind of imbue the facade with different textures, for example. And I'm just throwing this out there as a way to possibly move forward, because I respect the desire to not just make a kind of classical building, and then if it has to have these different materials and follow these kind of classical forms, like how do you do that, right?
I agree. And I think some of the examples that were shown as precedents offer some other ways of doing that too. I think even bringing in, as you said, Stephen, some of the more of the gray blue of the steel of the facade of the entry portico into some of the more detailing, or even into the lintels, or in some of the precedent have a dark blue or steel gray detailing. I think that very much could be a way of offering, improving the articulation of the structure, even with its current modulation. But certainly things like what Clayton is mentioning, either with the hyphen or with the foundation, to give it more depth of reading and texture than its very thin planar reading right now would be an improvement.
Stephen, is there, I wasn't here, I'm new to this, like two others, but I was given the images of the previous submission, and I noticed on High Street at eye level, there used to be windows down there. Is there a programmatic reason why you took them out?
Oh, gosh, I don't even remember, David.
That's a tough question.
Yeah,
Right
we
off the
do
bat.
have some programmatic function in the basement, but it is very, it's mostly sunken. We may have been exploring that at one point to try to get some high windows into those service spaces that are down there. But we could certainly look at ways to modulate the water table course to give it some interest and create some more visual interest to the facade.
I mean, I'll reiterate what the other folks said, I guess in a different way, which is, this street, High Street, while it's not the front of the building, it's really important to all of us. I mean, the whole site is really important. We live in a small city, not a lot of real estate. These projects don't come along very often. So I think when they do, obviously we want to really capitalize on them and not end up with something somebody said underwhelming, I think is a good term for it. And in that particular location, we all have experienced walking around the front building, which the Levy building, which we all love. And as you walk around that building and you walk down High Street, we want something else there as well. I mean, we're not looking for background, I don't think necessarily. I think there's a certain amount of focus that needs to obviously be paid to that elevation beyond kind of what the seemingly current expectation is. And then underwhelming was the word that came up for me looking at the front portico. I actually, looking back in some of the previous project renderings, actually sort of favored the older one more than this one. This one seems diminutive. It almost seems residential in scale. And while I certainly appreciate the sensitivity that you're going for as far as breaking up the massing somewhat, and I do appreciate the idea of opening up the public space in the front. I think that's a really important moment there. There's a lot going on, and so I think seeing that open space is like the number one important step as you move into this other public sphere. I think seeing that elongated was good, but you're left with this kind of little, contraption on the big red brick building. It looks sort of like an added on appendage, whereas the original design, at least the front sort of started to create its own pattern and its own texture, maybe breaking up the rest of the big block behind it. I really liked Clayton's idea too about the transparency that we're looking for in these kind of public buildings, especially in this day and age. The idea of a portico is a first step to sort of bridge that gap between the inside and the outside, and that the diminutive appendage that's there now just seems to be more of a barrier than anything else. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so I wanted to thank the applicant for two things that were achieved from the last iteration. One, that this weather lock, this vestibule area, we had noted that we wanted a place that where litigants and attorneys and other people coming to court, witnesses would be gathering. And I know that the creation of that space was a response to those comments, and I might have made those comments. So thank you on that. Also, the breaking up of the huge wall on East Jefferson Street. Really appreciate the windows that have been inserted and the detail and how that's articulated, and the fact that it also wraps around to 7th Street on the other side, what you can see of the building on the other side of the Jessup building. So thank you on that. I actually wished we had seen, I think a lot of us are wishing that we had seen some of this with this slate blue accents that you're talking about, whether they be lintels or whether they be window surrounds or whatever that looks like, but it might have addressed some of the comments that my colleagues have about the solid brick. I think the brick samples that you've given us would make the building a whole lot different than it looked in some of these renderings where you've just got a monochromatic red wall. So it would be great to see that and what that looks like. I have a real problem with the High Street side. I've said before in our last meeting, my office will face the side of this building. My office is on East High Street, and I'm sitting here right now. I just got off camera to do a little site visit so I could just look at what's there now. But 50 feet long of nothing but 9 feet of brick with nothing else is just, that's not going to happen. High Street is an entrance corridor. It's designated as a very important corridor in our city. And that is just not going to fly for any of us. And I was disappointed to see that. I understand that the garage entrance needs to be there, but then there's an entire, I don't even know, it looks like 40 feet above that of nothing but brick above that entrance. And I think there's got to be a little bit more detail on that as well. I understand that that's programmatic and can't go away, but that just gaping hole on that side is, you know, on a really important street with nothing to mitigate it, is just a shame. I'll definitely add support to Clayton and other members' comments about the portico. I know that we sound like we're giving mixed messages, but the width was reduced, but which I think all of us sort of agreed with that. And I know that the building shape was changed as well with the saddlebags now, as you call them. But the depth also was brought in. And I think that's one of the things that makes it sort of unremarkable. And I really think it could be quite remarkable. You know, the portico is a face on the building. And this is just not a very pretty face. And I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about what we're seeing now in the building. So I really regret that there's no natural light in either of these courtrooms. There's a way to figure that out. There's bulletproof glass. There are plenty of things. This is not a federal court. And half of the cases heard in these courts will be civil cases where there are no detainees in civil cases, by the way. There currently is no separate corridor in any of the 4 local courts. The city, the county have circuit courts and general district courts all within 1 to 2 blocks of this court complex currently. And the detainees are brought right in the way the rest of us come in currently. I know that's not ideal always, but you know, that's how it is. So I think we need to just think about, this is not a prison. And my last comment is about what is called this weather lock. I completely agree with James's comments. I want to tell you a little story, Mr. White. The city general district court, until Judge Downer arrived on the bench about 20 years ago, it shared an entrance with the police department. And no judge and no local bar even thought about the fact that you had to walk into an entrance that above it said police department in order to take a left-hand turn and get into the courtroom. And it was very bothersome for Judge Downer. And he said, we've got to create a separate entrance. It's a building on Market Street that's shared, but he created a separate entrance so that there was, I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, you can't, anyway, so we have to look at the separation, and that I had the same impression as several other colleagues have, that it looks like a cell to me, and it looks like a place I don't really want to be. But the idea of having something that insulates people from the elements is very appealing. Just the way that is done right now is not ideal. Other than that, I'm sorry for my long comments, but it's a really important building for us. And thank you for taking the time on this project to listen to all of our comments. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? One last, I'll just note that I think there were a number of sheets dedicated to the plaza. I think that that has developed nicely and it seems flexible with with the changes made to the portico. I would encourage the design team to think carefully about the amount of brick in that plaza, especially given the comments about the amount of brick in the facade. It can be very bricky. Pretty quick. I would also encourage the design team to continue to make sure that the detailing allows for enough soil volume to make sure those three trees thrive in a pretty hard surfaced plaza. Stephen,
I could just,
yep.
I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
could just dovetail onto that, maybe you're aware of this, Stephen, but the on the mall, actually, they use a utility brick for the bricks that go on the actual plaza. So that's also one way to think about kind of differentiating between plaza and building, if that's an issue.
Thank you for that.
Stephen, I know you guys are we're not voting on this project tonight, but if you have a few minutes, if you have any, either any comments or questions that you want to clarify from what we've said tonight, did you get what you need?
Well, I certainly got your impressions, and I appreciate you being frank and honest. One thing I don't want to leave you with is a sense that we're neglecting your court complex. We have a dedicated group of people who are working very, very hard on this. Actually, we were there yesterday, climbing around historic spaces, getting data. So please know that our heart is for this to be a cherished structure. We have a lot of pressures that we are faced with, both in terms of the Virginia Court Design Guide, which stipulates a lot of these things that we were just talking about. It actually mandates them, and the economic pressures that we're under. I will certainly say that we will endeavor to, and I appreciate very much the comments about the robustness of the articulation on the detailing, and really looking at that carefully. The scale of the cornice and tablature, the scale of the steps and the pilasters. In terms of a departure, I think that's a very, very complicated road to go down in terms of making a serious departure, which I'm a modernist. I love modern buildings, but here we're trying to be very, very careful about making this read as a complex of buildings. And for Judge Higgins and Judge Worrell, who are in the circuit court, which is the higher court, they need to know that their court is the dominant court. That is the courthouse, and this is the lower court. And not to say that this should be, I mean, I heard some pretty painful words tonight, but it should not be underwhelming. And so that's our design team's charge now, is to make this not underwhelming, and to come up with something that is thoughtful, particularly on High Street. I hear your comments, Ms. Lewis, and very much will spend a lot of time again on High Street to make sure that your view, particularly, but for all the citizens, is a nice experience.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen, and certainly all of our comments are, we understand the kind of crazy pressures in different places, what different directions you're being pulled. We don't want to minimize that at all.
No,
and we just want to do our part in applying our guidelines and make certain we have a project that the public feels is appropriate to its pretty significant historic context. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I believe tonight you would be you're going to request a deferral. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll move to accept the applicant's deferral.
Second.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call a vote in the order on my screen. Mr. Lehendro.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman.
Aye.
Mr. Zemer.
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Mr. Strange.
Aye.
Mr. Edwards,
Aye.
and Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I would guess that there's probably some energy for a short bio break. Would everyone be what, five minutes or so?
Mhm.
We'll get moving again, maybe at a quarter past.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just checking in here. It looks like the timer has been set for 8:30. Did people need that much time? I thought we were going to get back at a quarter after.
I think Remy, whose communication set the timer, but we can probably get started. I feel like we'll get started when necessary.
Okay, I'm happy to give a few more minutes, but I just didn't want people to leave or not be present if.
Yep, here we are.
Okay, so I had a thought. I don't know if there's a way to get word to the last presenter when they resubmit. I know like our purview is the exterior, but if they had a cross section of the building, I think that would help explain how they're getting natural light into the courtrooms. And that would be helpful to some of us.
I agree. That would have clarified things.
Yeah, no pun intended. I think the floor plan, if you look really closely at it, seems to suggest there's windows in the courtrooms that face onto the exterior hall circulation hallway, and that the clear story lights that. So anyhow, if there's a way to kind of, I don't know, Robert, if there's a way to send them a note or something.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take more time talking about
Gladly. This is kind of an aside, but in Williamsburg, the Williamsburg James City Courthouse that was built in 2000 has these really big monitors that were pretty controversial to get light into the courtrooms. And I'm not endorsing them. I just thought that's a different solution. So.
Quite a distinct church form there. That was
Like Romanesque fortress looking thing.
Church and state.
well. Thank you all for commentary on that project. I know that was it is a complex one, but I thought I was really grateful for all of the comments and even the new guys jumping in. Excellent. Okay, let's see. I have to go back and check the agenda. Are we ready to get going?
Yeah, it looks like we have Ashley Falwell and Mary Wolf online, and they're representing the project on Park Street.
Sorry, my
Excellent.
my
Thank you for your patience.
my computer keeps telling me I have unstable internet, among other things. So if I disappear, Robert jumps in.
Sure. Just text me, Jeff, or let me know if you need me to jump in for you.
For you new BAR members, that prior discussion is why we would go have a beer after these meetings. So we can't do that anymore. Well, soon enough. All right. Good evening again. Deep breath, be energized. This is a COA request for 540 Park Street. This is a house built in 1900. It is in the North Downtown ADC district. It is contributing. There are two outbuildings that were listed as contributing. One is a garage that we know dates possibly to the origin of the house. The other, for whatever reason, was the pool house, which was constructed, I think, less than 20 years ago. So, and we had prior discussion about this in December, I believe, and they're very supportive from the BAR. And I think the primary thing to take out of that was that the understanding that the pool house is not a historic structure. I'm not sure why it was identified as contributing, and so we've decided to not separate it out as a separate demolition request. There are a couple pieces to this. There's a landscaping element that Mary will speak to, and then Ashley will address the architectural changes to the house. And then there's the construction of the new pool house. I think that we've again given you sort of the breakout of the criteria we normally would look at, and this is somewhat of a cut and paste from the preliminary report. And I'll apologize, Robert and I have had our hands full the last couple of weeks, and so some of the shortcomings you're seeing in some of the staff reports, I apologize for. Typically, I'd like to make more of a recommendation on some of these like this one, but it's just we're not able to get to that. But I think that the applicants provided what you all had asked for, and again, it was a very positive discussion last December. So if you don't have any questions for me, I'll hand it off to Ashley and Mary. And I'm going to turn my camera off because I'm unstable.
Okay.
Ashley, you're welcome. Oh, I was just going to say, Ashley, you're welcome to go ahead, but please let me know if you want me to go to a specific page.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Ashley Falwell with DGP Architects. I'm actually going to turn it over to Mary to start. And Robert, if you could go ahead and scroll to our first drawing sheet. I think we'll just jump right in.
Great, thank you. I'm Mary Wolf with Josie Landscape Architects, everyone. I have presented this before, but I will quickly walk you through the plan and then a few updates since the last presentation. But for this property, we're essentially renovating the front yard of the property and the side yard along Fair Street, and then creating some new landscape in association with the new pool house. The renovations along the front include removal of a existing large walnut tree that's in poor health. We're planning to reshape and repave the existing crushed stone paths in front of the house and create a new landing at the front door. We're also proposing to regrade some of the front lawn to make it a little bit gentler slope and just more functional for the family, since this is the only real lawn space on the property, and the owners have 2 young children. As part of that leveling out, we are proposing a low seat wall, stone seat wall, inboard of the property by about 20-25 feet from the sidewalk. We're also proposing along Park Street, we'd like to remove the existing tall hemlock hedge that exists. It's sort of part hemlock, part arborvitae. It's probably 12 to 14 feet tall. We're proposing to replace that hedge with a boxwood hedge that we'd like to ultimately be 4 to 5 feet high, but that you could see over it. And then we would backplant that with some deciduous shrubs that would allow views into the property. So the house sits pretty low down from the sidewalk. So it's one of the, I think the only house on Park Street that has that sort of low siding relative to the street. So we feel like having a little bit of height and buffer along the street without blocking views is really necessary for the prospect of the house. So that's the front. Along Fair Street, we're also proposing to basically upgrade a lot of the existing stepping stone paths. And we're also proposing to remove 2 large ash trees that are growing very close to the existing shed along Fair Street. And if you want to go to the next slide, this just shows an overlay of the what's existing and how we're proposing to modify things. These are images of the existing paths in the front and the side of the house that are being changed. um, uh, images of the street. The upper left is the existing hemlock arborvitae hedge. The lower left is a view from the house looking out. So you can sort of see how low it sits, and just we'd like to be able to block the view of the parked cars. And then the other images on the right are other plantings across the street and down the street or adjacent to this property. These are the two ash trees that are growing into the shed, and a view of the black walnut that we're proposing to remove at the bottom. We are proposing as part of the landscape to go back in with 2 additional canopy trees in the front. One to replace the black walnut that we're taking out. So we'll be locating a tree in that vicinity, kind of up towards the street. And we're also proposing to either transplant or replace this 7-inch oak that's in the front yard currently. It's kind of awkwardly located within the front yard, and to make the front yard more functional, we'd like to transplant or replace. It's still of a size that we could transplant it if we can get the machinery in to do that. But if not, we will plant another oak of similar size. So I think that covers everything.
Great. So I will talk about the architecture a little bit. Oh, sorry.
No, my apologies. There you go.
So we're looking at just sort of a zoomed in, slightly zoomed in version of the site here with existing building, existing pool house. You'll see the red hatched area is the proposed demolition. So we'd like to take out an existing exterior stair to the north side of the main house addition, and then the pool house that Jeff mentioned was probably built in the year 2000, somewhere between 2000 and 2002. Scroll on to the next one, please. So the gray hatched areas are new building footprint or altered footprint. So we are altering the shell of the east addition to the main house. So it'll be within the footprint of the existing east addition, but we are making some changes to the exterior that you'll see in some elevation sketches coming up here. And then we're also showing the proposed pool house. We're really trying to create a aesthetically unified sort of rear courtyard around this existing pool and set up a more of a dialogue between the new pool house and the east addition. So go ahead and scroll on. So these are drawings showing what's there. You'll see the east addition, south view of it, east view, and that footprint we are keeping, sort of altering the shell of the lower level and essentially extruding that footprint up to the first and second floors. If you scroll to the next slide, please. So south view showing that addition. We are going for a bit more modern expression with this addition, but trying to keep the color palette very similar, high quality materials. Scroll on one more. East view. So we're looking at a low slope, flat seam copper roof, stucco for the first and second floor, but a smooth finish. The existing house has a pretty textured stucco finish. New metal clad windows and doors. Overall kind of I think I mentioned this at our last presentation, but the historical reference sheet for this original house references the noble and serene quality of the existing house, enhanced by its bucolic setting. I just appreciated that the terminology noble and serene quality. So we're trying to carry that into the addition and the new pool house. So one more. So this is the new pool house, kind of a low bar of a building to really create sort of a courtyard space and have a little bit more of a modern dialogue with the East Addition. Stone chimney, copper roof, again, metal clad windows and doors, and similarly gonna use some smooth stucco for the exterior walls. And then we've got, I think last time when we presented, the board was looking for maybe a cut sheet on windows and doors. So we've got, we're looking at using a Pella Reserve contemporary clad wood unit. Manufacturer is sort of pending, but this is the quality and kind of detail that we're going for. Something pretty contemporary, clean, sort of thin, sorry, words are escaping me, thin profiles and kind of a dark finish for the clad. So if you want to scroll, keep scrolling, we've got some exterior reference shots, and it's really sort of the bottom three that are the area that we're affecting. That's the east side and 2 shots of the south. And if you want to zoom in even more, we are looking at referencing that the stone on that existing privacy wall, picking up some of that for the stone chimney in the pool house. So you got a hint of that there. And then this is the pool house, the existing pool house structure that we would like to demolish. I think someone last time said that it has sort of the proportions of a birdhouse, which that stuck with me. I think it does sort of have that character. And one last just reference adjacent properties. So we see there's a fair amount of architectural variety on Park Street, all of pretty high quality. And yeah, I think obviously the landscape has a pretty significant impact on how these buildings are experienced. So I think that's
Excellent.
it.
Well, thank you, Ashley and Mary. Do we have any questions from the public? Either use the raise hand feature or the *9.
Mr. Chair, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, questions from the board? I have one. Could you describe a little bit more this stucco product that you were thinking of using?
Yes. So we don't have any sort of close-up images, but I wonder if we might be able to zoom in on some of the reference existing sheets. The stucco on the main house now has a significant amount of texture in it. And I think they were trying to sort of imitate that on the pool house. So, you know, we're definitely looking to do something fairly smooth, that's not really going to have a mottled texture at all. So it's more, you know, more about the massing and the planes and continuing the color that would be consistent.
But a true stucco, not an or an ephes. Are you looking
true
at
stucco?
a synthetic?
True stucco.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any comments from the public? Guessing not.
I don't see any raised hands.
Comments from the board? I'll say that I think this huge improvement to the way that this house is presented and to be visible from the street. So thank you for that approach to lower the existing hedge and improve visibility of this pretty remarkable house. And I think, at least for me personally, I find the additions really appropriate in the back, not particularly visible from the public street, and in keeping with a contemporary addition to a historic building. Any other commentary, or would someone like to make a motion? Frantic scrolling.
I say it's awfully, we miss Carl. You know, he used to really jump on these things. So
I'm ready with a motion, Mr. Chair.
Please, Sherry.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the city design guidelines, I move to find that the pool house demolition, new pool house construction, rear addition alterations, porch screening, and landscape plan at 540 Park Street satisfies the BAR's criteria, and that they are compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call a vote in the order that I see you on my screen. Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman,
Aye.
Miss Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Mr. Strange,
Aye.
Mr. Edwards,
Aye.
and Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you so
right,
much.
Ashley, Mary, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, by my count, that brings us up to our 0 Preston Place, a preliminary discussion. Is that correct?
That is correct. Find which of my windows it is in.
We have Lee Boyes, who's joined us to represent that project.
Here it is. Okay, so I know it went later than I guessed at, but that's so this is this is not a formal application. It is a preliminary discussion. This is 0 Preston Place. These are 3 lots at the north end. They don't have an address yet, and Lee can correct me. I believe it's only the 2 lots that I've shown in green, but it's less about which parcels about really getting into what of the design that's here, and having a good discussion again about how this design fits relative to the design guidelines, and then any what type of information that you all would want, excuse me, for any subsequent applications. Preston Place is a street that we've looked at a lot in the last couple of years. Quite a bit has gone on. In fact, when Mary Joy was here, I think back in 2017, one of these lots had been approved as the relocation site for Windhurst, which is up where the apartment project was approved earlier or late last year. So I've gone through, and a lot of similar circumstances that we had with 605 Preston Place relative to the widths, the setbacks, the massing, the heights. I did a somewhat abbreviated look at that. I wasn't able, and you'll see that also with Wortland. But actually, I'm sorry, Wortland abbreviated, but had a lot of the information that we had looked at from the 605 Preston Place project relative to widths, heights, setbacks. So able to use that here. And in general, I think other than the length of this structure, although it is broken up, it certainly falls within those recommendations. So I think there are, yeah, and I'll just hand it off now to Lee. Lee, introduce it, and then BAR, like I said, I think there's a pretty good list to follow on in the staff report, in the discussions. Oh, that was it. So there, I know that this, we talked about this previously, some of the old garages that used to be located at that north end. And I think there's remnants of that, or at least a wall that might still be existing. I don't know how that's being addressed or how you all may want it to be addressed. But it's just, that's why this circa 1964 Sanborn map is here. And it's, just to be clear, it's not, this was, the city has a 1929 base map. Over the years, the Sanborn Company would come in and you can see where changes and revisions have been pasted. So we don't have the 29 map because it's underneath all of these patches that were added. And so this is not shown on, we don't have the 1920 map, doesn't go that far, but we at least know the location of what was there, probably the early 20th century, at least into the 60s. So if you have any questions about how to interpret the Sanborn map, I can help with that. That's all. Any questions for me? All right, Lee, you're on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So we're proposing to build a single family residence, a 3-bedroom, 2-story home that's a mix of materials, like a stone core, and then a horizontal board siding wings, and a porte cochere that attaches a 3-car garage. And the 3-car garage would be, the doors would not be facing the street, so that we had a sort of a private court in the back, a motor court. We are planning to use almost all of the existing stone walls that used to retain the storage containers on that site. We are planning to do a horseshoe drive with a little parking court in the front center of the house. The house does have a number of porches, and looking around at other houses within this design control district, I did notice a few on University Circle with lots of porches, and the massing of the center, of the core of the house, and the wings are very much in keeping with other homes within this neighborhood. There are a lot of hip roofs. There's a mix of materials. A number of houses are stucco or brick, but then there's one right next to this one that is siding. Let's see, what else should I say about it? The landscape plan that is shown here was
Sorry, Lee.
That's okay. The driveway and the parking court and all of that are pretty much what we want. But I'm not a landscape architect, and I did just a general planting plan just to kind of show you what we were thinking of doing, just as far as like, there's a privacy fence between the property to the west. And we would just do plantings along that. And, we're planning a private garden area in the back, just inside that existing stone retaining wall. So this is their dream house.
Great. Well, Lee, since this is a preliminary discussion, we don't have a set format for it. So if there's any, maybe just any particular questions or feedback that you want, in this session, you certainly can guide us to the things that you maybe have the most questions about. Or otherwise we can just offer general comment.
Well, yeah, you can go ahead and offer general comment.
Okay. Anybody have any, maybe first, any clarifying questions? No. Anybody want to start off with any initial reaction or guidance for Lee? Actually, I do have a clarifying question. You said, Lee, that you were going to be reusing the all of the existing walls that are on site. I just want to make sure, almost all. I think it would be really important to document what you would be reusing and not. And I didn't know if you meant reusing by reusing material or actually keeping them in place. That would also be important to know.
Right, it'd be keeping them in place just as they are. There's a portion that actually has to be removed in order to follow the new property line, because this was, they were redrawn basically to create two lots. So there's one break in the retaining wall, but we would continue a new retaining wall that matches it, just to follow that back edge property line, the north, northeast corner, that kind of edges along the motor court area.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you can see, yeah.
Yeah, I might suggest that because you'll be retaining some historic fabric and creating some new retaining, that we'd generally like to see some differentiation between the new structure and what would have been historic fabric.
Okay.
I'd offer, I guess, maybe a couple of comments or questions about. I think generally that there's the homes along Preston Court are quite varied. There's a lot of different styles, a lot of different approaches to the street, setbacks from the street. I don't see this as incompatible with that. I think that it's the massing and the residential character is in keeping with that street. The only the biggest concern I have is more with the garage structure, not with its massing. And I certainly appreciate that the doors would be hidden on the back. But I think that for me, what I'm reading as a front door, is but it's going into the garage is maybe a bit confusing about what the structure is. I could imagine it could be a little bit more honest about its character as a garage,
right?
And the character of the cupola to it seems a little bit over. That's just, I don't know if that's incompatible at the moment, but I think it's a little bit kind of out scaled or detailed for the type of structure that it is in the neighborhood that it's in.
Okay.
I don't know if others feel similarly, or any other comments that anybody from the board would like to offer.
I might just say that maybe just a a second thought about how, I mean, this is a big house, it's a big footprint, and it's an interesting site, looking at the Sanborn maps, and then hearing a little bit about the walls. I think that was a great idea of diagramming those to really cement in everyone's minds what the old patterns of this site were. And just curious if there's some design elements or some massing or something about the house that might reflect that or engage with that somehow. Just be it fitting this house into this sort of interesting shape of a parcel. It could be an interesting design inspiration, and it could tell maybe even a small story about the site. Just food for thought.
Yeah, it does have kind of a strange shape to it, and so it definitely did sort of dictate where what the design would be based on setbacks.
I guess the other thing too is that because it's so angular, the site, and the way that the house spreads out the way it does, I'm just curious how it engages with the house next to it. It's hard to kind of tell on your site plan because there's no figure ground of what else is around it. So, there's sort of I can imagine that the corner on the left-hand side could sort of start elbowing the house over the adjacent house. And I don't know if that's an uneasy connection that starts to happen there, if there's a way to ease that, or if there's a way to gracefully,
That house actually has a big privacy fence right along that line. And I was thinking it would be really nice if they could take that down if we planted something really pretty instead. And they have their parking structure on the street. There's like a little structure right off of the street where they park. So yeah, it's an interesting edge. It really is, what do we do there to make it harmonious between the two sides?
I had a couple thoughts. Robert, if you don't mind, put up page 224. And I'll just start by saying I agree with Breck in that this particular neighborhood around Preston Place, you do have a really mixed bag of different styles. And I think that from that perspective, this fits in with the neighboring properties. So what I have a little bit of an issue with, if you could sort of zoom in on the house, the center portion of the house. Thanks. So you've got kind of this very center section stone, and then just adjacent to it, you've got siding, and then the siding kind of continues all the way around the back. I feel like that is kind of fake. I feel like the center mass of this feels like it wants to have been built at one time, and then perhaps the appendages got added later. If you're trying to kind of give it this sort of built up approach, and I just am concerned about having, you got a stone to a corner and then you basically turn the corner and it's siding. So I don't know if it means the whole thing wants to be siding or the whole thing wants to be stone.
Well, that was kind of the idea, was that, okay, this is a house that was originally stone that was added on to, but
it doesn't,
if you follow it all the way around, it's not like, it's not like you have a continuous center core that runs all the way to the back.
Right. That's my, I guess, my take on it. Is there
Right.
the size. Because I mean, I see where the stone returns on the next sheet,
Mhm.
a little bit in the center, but maybe the fact that the roof line kind of stays the same. It's hard to tell now that this view's here. When you look at the front elevation, the roof looks like it's kind of continues all the way across and then drops down. Go back up, yeah.
Mhm.
So that's maybe if you were able to pop that center roof out a little bit more, that might start to give you that feeling of an addition. And then maybe have
Yeah.
the center section read as stone on the rear elevation. Now, granted, our purview is really from the street, I think, but I don't know.
So the homeowner is actually not sold yet on the stone
Okay.
at the center. They're thinking, oh, maybe it should be all siding. And I kind of like, I mean, there's a stone house around the corner, and I like sort of the, you know, relationship to the stone wall in the back. I just feel like it breaks it up and makes it more interesting. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Personally like the stone. I think it's just trying to make it make sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah. It's a challenge making sense of the, you know, the stone all the way through and then getting the ideal floor plan
right
at the same time. Yeah. They definitely want stone elements inside the house, but that is not visible from the exterior. So,
right.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, guidance? The only other thing I would add, Lee, is I think there is quite a bit of variation in your front facade, both, you know, because of even though all the pieces generally are pushing up against that front yard setback,
Yeah.
because of the porches and the roof overhangs, that there is variation along there. But I think to the extent that you are able to create more variation or more depth, would help break up some of those volumes in a way that's appropriate for you know, this residential neighborhood. It's unusual to have a kind of a double lot, and so this has led to a very long set of facades. But
Yeah.
that may be more, maybe a certain kind of drawing, or whether it's slightly perspectival or
Right.
showing some of the depth of that as you develop it further.
Yes, I think a 3D model and perspective images would definitely help, and especially with context.
Excellent.
Agreed.
Okay, well, not hearing any other conversation. We'll look to see you back with the project at some future date.
All right, sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to 1301 Wurtland Street, and I believe we have Kevin from Design Develop. Kevin, if you could, this is preliminary discussion, but just note that we have had the chance to review the materials, and since we're running a little bit later this evening, and we want to have time for discussion and conversation, you know, certainly steer us in the direction that you see where you want most of our attention, and how we can be most helpful in this preliminary discussion.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks for that introduction. Good evening. My name is Kevin Schaefer. I'm the studio director for the Charlottesville branch of Design Develop. Mr. Edward Carrington is on the call, who's representing the ownership group. And I have next to me here Bob Pinio, who's the principal of Design Develop. Thanks, Robert and Jeff, for your guidance on this process. And we're very excited to be here tonight for the preliminary review of this project. And we're looking forward to gathering feedback and answering some of those initial questions. You can go ahead, Robert. So as mentioned, the parcel in discussion is located at 1301 Wurtland Street in the Wurtland Street ADC district, and houses a contributing structure known as the Wertenbacher House, which was built sometime between 1816 and 1830. The lot is in the University High Density Zoning District and is directly across the street from the corner Mixed Use Zoning District and subsequently the corner Parking Modified Zone. You can go to the next one. The existing parcel is 0.4 acres, and the original house has a footprint of 1,400 square feet, which includes that front porch. Immediately adjacent to that existing house is an impervious surface parking lot that has a footprint of approximately 5,500 square feet. That parking lot will be the targeted area of the new construction that we'll be discussing tonight. The Wertenbacher House is a contributing structure in the Wurtland ADC district. It's the oldest house in that district, and it's also the namesake for the street on which it stands currently. The house was originally built by William Wertenbacher, who was the second librarian at the University of Virginia. He served in that role for over 50 years. And the property is one of the 4 original lots that was subdivided in the late 1880s to form the Wurtland Street neighborhood. The parcel has gone through many alterations and transformations throughout its history. Most notably and most recently is the Wurtland Commons to the rear of the existing house. So through the analysis of the site, it became evident that the existing surface parking lot is really the only appropriate location for that proposed development. It was imperative that the historic house be preserved and maintained. And we've taken our cues from several successful precedents around the city that have shown this to be an appropriate strategy, including the recently approved 605 Preston Place. The South Range apartments adjacent to the historic Oakhurst Inn come to mind as well. 2 of my favorite projects within the city are the Quirk Hotel and the 600 West Main Street project, all of which tucked new construction around a historic building. Next. This diagram shows the existing survey with the targeted buildable area. We felt compelled to bring an underutilized impervious area to a higher and better use in the location that we as a community and as a city and as directed through our zoning language has identified for higher density student housing through that University High Density Zoning designation. This location encourages pedestrian student travel to the university, encourages density in an area designated to support student life. And most importantly, from my perspective, it provides students housing in a location that's not an adjacent neighborhood of long-term residents. So we know we needed to keep a safe and respectful distance away from the historic structure in order to ensure its preservation. And we also desire to reactivate and enhance that existing front yard to bring life to the street and emphasis back to the historic structure. So we welcome and we embrace the review process with the board, and we enjoy watching and following along with other impactful projects. We always aim to bring a project to the table that facilitates discussion and also implies forethought. So with that in mind, we're proactive in seeking out answers in areas that we identify might need further consideration. So in this case, and given the board's recent recommendations to preserve mature trees, the ownership group sought the opinion of a local arborist regarding the stand of 5 mature trees at the southeast corner of the parcel. The arborist provided several key pieces of information regarding these trees. First, that the ash closest to the street, to Wurtland Street, and the oak in the rear of the stand appeared in poor health. The second piece of information was that the middle oaks, while healthy, were too close together to ever truly flourish. And finally, the arborist felt that in order to preserve the trees, we would need 15 to 16 feet of buffer from the trunk to a building facade in order to preserve those trees. So we did pursue a second iteration and sort of a second site analysis with this information, which included employing a 5-degree rotation and skewing the building to provide that required buffer to those existing trees. Interestingly enough, the Wertenbacher house is also skewed from Wortland Street, but from our perspective, this skewed angle seems awkward on the site, and it negatively impacts the relationship of this new proposed building to the street wall, and also negatively impacts the relationship to the historic house. So a site walk with the board chair provided additional insight into the trees, and ultimately we have not proposed this approach, though we welcome discussion on this topic. Next slide. Initial massing studies pointed us towards a building that was of respectful height to the existing structure, a simple building form that was broken down adequately and legibly and remained cohesive. We took advantage of some exterior egress stairs and their associated balconies to step the building form away from the historic structure and soften that relationship between the new and the old further. The height of the 3-story proposed building mass also provided an opportunity to relate to the ridge line of the existing house. And so we took that cue to provide a 4-foot step back on the proposed building. We continued to flesh out the design and compose elevations with appropriately scaled glazing bays and varying window forms to limit any expanses of blankness. A singular primary exterior material reinforces the cohesive whole, while a wood vertical slat screening system shields the egress stairs and complements the massing of the historic building immediately adjacent to it. So the front and rear elevations show a building mass that is an appropriate scale to the existing structure, while emphasizing the distance between the two structures. One can also note here the relationship of that existing ridge line to the relationship of the step back of the proposed structure. And our side elevations here show dynamic and thoughtfully composed glazing placement. The screening at the exterior decks and stairs provides some relief in there, some shade and shadow on this side of the building. And the screening system stops at the locations of the expanded decks, which are also the locations of the unit entry doors into each of the apartments. And those expanded balconies look down over that front courtyard. We've oriented the entrance of our building towards the existing house and the associated front courtyard to bring energy and life to that central gathering area while preserving and highlighting the relationship of the Wertenbacher house to Wortland Street. So by emphasizing the historical hierarchy of the buildings around a vibrant and programmed front courtyard, we've aimed to address some of the deferred maintenance in the landscaping and present on the site today. And a shared pedestrian access from Wortland Street is reinforced by an alley of trees, which also serves to frame the view of the existing house. This image shows the existing view shed from the intersection of 13th Street and Wortland. The 2-story house sits elevated on an English basement. Can you go back one slide just for a second? Thanks. The 2-story house sits elevated on an English basement and also by about 4 feet of elevational change from Wortland Street to the front steps. You can also see here the 2 pin oaks, which are to the left of the house and are to be preserved in this proposal. Next. This image is from the same location as the previous slides and shows the interaction between the proposed building and the existing house. We found it interesting that what is currently the 13th Street was once the driveway for the Wertenbacher house. coming what was then known as 3 Notch Road and now known as West Main Street. So preserving that view shed from 13th Street became a primary design consideration throughout the iterative process that got us here today. The existing front yard has been through several years of student housing without the required maintenance and upkeep. And so we can also see in this image too, the adjacent apartment buildings are aging and would not meet the requirements of the BAR design guidelines today. In the next image, we believe the front courtyard has the opportunity to be something much more welcoming, attractive, inviting, and of a hardscape material that will withstand the activity it's bound to host. I'll temper our renderings of the front courtyard by just noting that they are very, very preliminary here. Following submissions would provide a much more resolved and thoughtful courtyard design. It's one of those areas where we want to show our design intent without necessarily having full design resolution, but please consider the intent of the front courtyard would be a place of life and vitality that emphasizes the relationship of that historic house to Wirtland Street, but not necessarily what is shown in this proposed design. Go to the next one. The simple building form and the lack of ornamentation provides a clean, minimal backdrop to the Wertenbacher house, which features, and I'll quote here from the city's historic survey, fine Flemish bond brickwork and elaborate symmetrical stick style front porch. So there's a nice kind of juxtaposition between minimal ornamentation and then the Victorian-esque, heavily ornamental historic house immediately adjacent to it. Taking cues from other infill projects within the district, the proposed structure aligns itself with the street and provides a modern street wall that's appropriate scale and appropriate articulation. This slide did highlight just another important design consideration that needed to be addressed per previous BAR guidance and comments at other projects, and that's the vehicular entrance off Wirtland Street. Next slide. So we took advantage of the existing curb cuts into the surface parking lot to inform the location of our new drive aisle into the garage. And then we looked around the city for successful precedents that thoughtfully coordinated the garage entrance with building facade. There's a desire naturally in multifamily residential projects to relegate our parking underground, or at least tuck the parking under the building. And with that desire comes a natural requirement for vehicular access into a garage. Next slide. We can take a few steps to minimize the obtrusiveness of this vehicular entrance, including making it the minimum widths per city regulations, minimizing the visual impact of the site walls and designing them to be extensions of the building, screening our vehicular entrance with landscaping, and then most importantly from our perspective is to organize and compose our street elevation to relate the window openings to the garage opening and provide a cohesive, thoughtful front facade. Then we can employ accent materials or building elements that are found in other places of the project to really emphasize that cohesive whole. So ultimately, the design in front of you endeavors to elevate the existing and underutilized surface parking lot into something that is complementary to and respectful of the Wertenbacher house. I think I say this every time I come in front of the BAR, but it's important to note that we don't design in a vacuum. We seek input from arborists and city planners and comprehensive plans and zoning codes, and now from the board. Many inputs on this parcel direct us to this location for increased density, and we believe a surface parking lot provides little to no value for the character or fabric of our city or to this existing house. So projects like this do have the opportunity to generate momentum and more tangibly needed funding to address items of deferred maintenance. And it's significant to note that this project team has another project underway at Virginia Ave, one that went through a similar review process with the board. We like to engage with the board early on in our design to gather feedback and garner resolution collaboratively. And so we believe the process was successful at Virginia Ave, and we're very much looking forward to a similar process here at Wortland Street. So we look forward to continuing the design discussion with the board. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody with any clarifying questions first?
Just curious, how many people, how many apartments are you planning to have in the building?
It is 3 floors of 4 units.
And is this stucco that I see?
We're targeting a masonry product right now. Brick is what's shown in the renderings. A material that has a certain tactility and texture to it. It could complement the existing brick house.
And all parking is under the living space. That's the idea.
Correct.
I also had a question about one of the renderings that you showed. Maybe it was just artistic license, but there was a sort of a white wall between on the left-hand side that blocked the other the existing. Is that just sort of a
yeah, we import
yeah.
massing models, basically like citywide massing models, and that's a GIS extruded building footprint massing model.
Yeah,
I think
it was the next. Yeah, I think it was the next rendering. It was just nice the way it defined one of those. It defined the front yard a little bit more in a way that was helped frame that building. But just was wondering if there was anything going on that side of the lot from a building or fencing standpoint.
Robert, I'm not sure if you can pull up the survey. The lot does have a dog leg associated with it that allows the drive aisle into the condo buildings to the back. Yeah, right there. Thank you, Robert.
Does just a question, does this owner also own the condos out back, or are they 2 different owners?
I believe it to be two different owners.
Okay. I mean, it's a leading question because if it's the same owner, you might have an opportunity to actually have your below grade entrance at the back. But wishful thinking.
I asked that same question when we were on site, and it sounded like it sounded not feasible at the time to either come behind the building, immediately behind the building, or through that other parking lot.
The condo building in the rear is, I think, a collection of something like 99 separate owners. They would all have to sign off on an agreement as a condo association.
Kevin, I wonder if you have looked at or could guide the board in just understanding what I saw was it 15-foot setback from Wortland for your front facade, and how that compares to other setbacks along Wortland.
Yeah, I think Jeff might have made that comment in the staff report. We see a lot of time, the newer infill projects have a street wall, a setback that defines the street wall and is in that 15 to 25 foot range. And then to contrast that, there's the historic houses, which have a deeper front yard. So it varies within that district pretty significantly.
Oh my God, yes. It's extremely, there's no standard. Now, this is where I was saying earlier, I only looked at, I don't know, maybe 15 properties on either side of it, and I didn't look at the entire length of the Wurtland district, but the numbers are all over the place. So it's kind of difficult to, I don't know. This is an interesting district, and Robert Watkins and I will talk about this. It's it's been changed, so much transformation since it was established as the National Register District, and I think as an ADC district. So it's really I don't know. It's difficult to put a finger on what is typical there. Buildings have been added, buildings have been removed. So
I think you see a number of even the historic houses or older houses have 25-foot setbacks from their front line, or 15-foot setbacks in some cases. So it seems like the majority is in that 15 to 25-foot range.
I'm not opposed to the narrow setback per se, but I will say that, and as I'd mentioned on site, I do think it's quite a challenge, the combination of the height of the building, the garage entrance, and the proximity to the street makes for a really challenging condition and potentially dangerous condition. I feel like you will be asked, not necessarily by us, but by others, to reduce those walls to improve visibility. And I feel that it's like not having a card length to even stop before you get to the sidewalk with an automatic door behind is a dangerous situation, especially given the grade change. So I don't feel that's. I think there's still going to be design effort and thinking about that, and I don't know what the resolution is, but I am concerned about the primacy of that garage and its how close it is to the sidewalk.
I have to say I find the project still pretty imposing. I know you've taken a lot of efforts to kind of treat it as a sort of screen, but the fact that you're putting it next to a 2.5-story building, and then it's 3 stories and it has a different kind of roof structure. I wonder if treating it as a screen is the right approach, or if it's more about kind of breaking down the scale of the larger building in order to make it feel less imposing. I can imagine as kind of like 2 separate pieces, perhaps, rather than as a long building that's trying to be a kind of backdrop, when I don't think it's really getting there, because there's a lot going on. So maybe that's the direction to go in.
if I can add to this, I think this is somewhat the shape of things to come that and will be coming in the area around the university. I know I've mentioned it to Breck and Sherry. There's a lot of activity coming our way that is going to be the pressure point of how do we retain historic structures, particularly like the Wertenbacher House, which is probably one of the oldest still standing in Charlottesville. So it is, this is, I hate to put Kevin and Bob on the spot, but this is one that's going to be, it's going to form discussions on other projects. So I think we're going to see a lot more of these, and it's not an easy one. I mean, from a pure preservation perspective, you would look at the house and say, we just went through this over on Preston Place. But there's a reality to what will be coming to you. And so I just sort of maybe helps to step back and realize that we're not just talking about this one, that this conversation's going to come up more and more. So.
Well, I think, Kevin, you mentioned several good, successful projects that dealt with this similar condition. And I just note that several of them were particularly good at varying that the massing to break down the scale. I think they all used materiality in a way that was important. It differed from the existing fabric, but it does strike me that the darker colors have been more successful, whether it's been achieved through darker brick or darker metal panels in terms of 600 West Main. But the brick texture of the quirk, I think, was also successful. I think it's harder to pull off that very bright volume, especially given how long and how tall that you guys are working. So I'm intrigued by Clayton's suggestion. I had been wondering if it would be possible to lower the volume at the street level, which might give you the opportunity for a roof, occupiable roof surface, and maybe a way to break down the volume into a couple of different pieces, still taking up the same amount of space. I think those are some of the different techniques that could be used to break down the scale. It certainly feels feels tall by the time you get to the street, and it's already taller than the existing house.
Yeah, I agree. The height almost bothers me more closer to the historic house. And I wonder if even just trying to get the roof line of the new building, maybe closer to the cornice line of the historic house, as opposed to, it really looks like it's above the ridge line of the historic house. But just echoing Rick and Clayton's comments about trying to maybe break it down and help it not be quite so imposing. And yes, the forecourt, I'm glad you gave the preface that you did. I think it's a good idea to have a gathering space there, but the concrete blocks and
I want to thank you guys for the tree study. I mean, actually, the whole presentation was really good. I also appreciated the study of how it might relate to the house, and then the decision that probably wasn't the best idea. I think I agree with that. Any sort of space that you can give between this obviously bigger building and the historic structure, which really does have I've never actually, I don't know if haven't really looked at it, but the porch railing is really wonderful on it. So any sort of it's a little bit of separation or some sort of framing that can be given to it, I think is a good idea. I don't know if the height so much is the kind of the massing, and actually for me, it's I'm looking at the perspective, the rendering, where you have the house and the long side of the building. I think it's the busyness of that facade that looks out to the house that I have the most issue with. I don't know if it's the composition of the number of different elements. In the front, you've got punched windows, and then on the side, you have the long vertical element. Then there's the open to the sort of more traditional, balcony, and then the screen. So there's that, and then I think there's a materiality too. Somebody else mentioned or implied that there may be some better complements with the sort of brick and the existing structure. Not that you have to have the brick, but it's I don't know if it's a color thing or what. But getting back to the that side facade, I'm just kind of thinking of it from a perspective of simplicity. You know, if you were to boil that down to maybe two elements, you sort of calm that facade a bit, and really allow that building to kind of create more of a again, like kind of a framing of that of the existing building. I think, you know, that could potentially be a step forward. Like for instance, I like the idea of semi hiding the void of the stair with the screen, you know, but I could almost see it like taking up the whole void. So it's just, you know, it's a the wall, that wall becomes just two elements, you know, the brick or whatever the lighter element is, and then the, you know, the stick of the screen. So it kind of boils it down more into a minimalist composition. And maybe there's even a way to articulate the screed to reflect more of the you know, the existing house, and the layering of the railing. But I think also liked you know, looking at the site and how difficult the site is. I think there's also there's always an opportunity there, as much as strange and awkward in some ways as it is, with all those big, you know, buildings already kind of surrounding the house. This is a really good opportunity to you know, build something of high density there that we all agree we need, especially in that area. But does, you know, does so in a way that that frames and maybe even accentuates that building. And I don't know what that exactly is, but I think one of those renderings maybe was sort of hinting at that, where you were kind of framing that landscape. And you know, there's an interesting, I think there's an interesting opportunity there for that to really kind of become an enlivened landscape as well. So not to lose sight of the open space in front, which you know, your renderings are certainly showing that as a plus as opposed to a minus in this development.
My battery's running low, so I'm going to jump in here real quick. I heard the presentation say a lot about why or ways that this was compatible. I see very little that's compatible between the two forms. It's the getting the most out of a block of a building next to another building that's very different size, very different composition, roof lines, fenestration. There's little that's compatible between the two forms. But you've got a very difficult task, which is to get as much housing as you can into this very narrow site next to a very different historic building. So I sympathize with the problems you're facing, but I could not support what's been shown to us. I'm really most troubled with who was the first librarian for the university, because I've always thought Wertenbacher was the first one. I mean, he was appointed by Jefferson. Jefferson died before the university was finished. So who was the first one? Okay, anyway.
I got add that to my local history mystery list, and we will resolve it.
Other comments, thoughts? I'm curious if the garage would work if it were switched to the other end of the building. It seems like the project would be more successful if you had more control over the corner of the building coming down on that, more internal side than having to deal with the corner of the garage right on the very thin exposed edge.
On the back side of the building or the side of the building?
Yeah, pushing it to the east instead of it being on the west edge of the front facade.
Yeah, I guess then it's an access easement question and
Oh, because that's you're using the existing curb cut. Is that why it's located there?
sorry, are you talking about on the back side of the building, like on the opposite side of Wortland Street?
No, I'm talking about the front garage entry.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at the Wortland facade, if the garage could slide to the east side of the building instead of the west side.
It could, yeah, it could. And initially we had it that way. There was an oddity in how the garage entrance, the building form is not the entire parking garage width. So there was an oddity on how the exterior wall of the building came down on our garage opening, if that makes sense.
Well, there's definitely that front facade is awkward, to say the least. I mean, it's hard because maybe you're thinking of the front facade as the one that's facing the Wertenbacher house, but
right.
It feels like a facade that's the result of a lot of internal organization and the reality about the garage, and what it ends up being is a facade without a lot of hierarchy. Not saying it needs to be symmetrical, but it doesn't have a hierarchy, and so it feels left over, and that's hard. Any other comments, or Kevin or Bob, any things you would like to, any further clarifications or you'd like to hear?
I think this was really helpful, obviously. It seems like we heard break down the mass. And there seems to be an opportunity here where there's several, and David, you kind of mentioned this, there's the front piece, and then there's the place where we erode it for the stair, and then there's a rear piece. And it seems like there's an opportunity to start to break down the mass already, and start to emphasize those building forms and things like that. So I think that's an area for us to work on, vary the materiality, of course, and then it sounds like it address Wortland Street, and work through those design areas. Does that seem like an accurate capture?
I'll just throw in that for the front of the Wertenbacher house, I appreciate the direction towards making that a place that is used. I felt the renderings that showed a raw cast in place concrete felt appropriate to your structure, but not to the front walk of the Wertenbacher house. I don't want to be trapped into feeling like you're making an entrance that didn't exist to a historic home, but it just seemed a bit raw of a material for that.
Yeah, I think that was not the correct rendering on that material or the design. So we'll, I think another note is to refine the central courtyard design, and the materiality of that as well, certainly.
Yeah. I'll note we've reviewed not only the brick for the quirk, but also for other recent projects on West Main, and pulling off that really light white brick is difficult, really difficult. And we saw just recently some really unfortunate, I think, examples of what the samples bore out in terms of getting way too white, way too plainer, and not at all giving the kind of smaller handcrafted pedestrian scale texture that the designers were looking for. So I'd just be wary of that material.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback.
Down the
Thanks.
road. Excellent. Okay, Jeff, Robert, I think this takes us to out of our the rest of our projects that we're reviewing, and there are a few other follow-up things.
Yeah. Get back to my correct piece of paper. So the just very quickly to touch on this, the zoning rewrite, and it was a good move to bump that from tonight's meeting. In conversation I had with Sherry and Breck last week, it seems like this might be best served as a separate work session one evening. I mean, no more than an hour and a half, if even that long. And again, the importance of that being is that this thing's moving rapidly. We had a conference call the other day with the consultants about it, and I just want to make sure that we involve the BAR in that discussion of the ordinance. So it would be certainly something I know I need to circulate a staff report and sort of say what specifically are we looking at. But it's intended more to be a discussion between you all and staff, and certainly to have Mr. Fries, who's the NDS director there, kind of guiding what help and assistance he's looking for from the BAR. So if you all, a couple ways we can look at this. This is not sure when so the next BAR deadline is next Tuesday. I would know, by the end of that day, how our agenda was looking, whether it was something we could fit onto a regular meeting. Otherwise, float out some dates and times. But you saw with this meeting how things looked like it was going to be only a few items, and suddenly it ballooned. And we're also seeing a lot going on in entrance corridor stuff, which has had my attention on some of those things. So it's a lot going on. But how would you? I guess my thought: would you rather we just try to find a weeknight that works for the most of us, and try to set up a work session, or I can sit tight until the 22nd and until next Tuesday and see what comes in? Any thoughts on that?
Maybe sit tight and just see.
Yeah. All right. Second thing, Robert, would you throw up those last few slides? I'm going to take just 5 minutes. This is for everybody, and really will be helpful for the new BAR members. Where I don't know which slide I left it at. All right, we left it at. I was explaining how in these slides you've got, or in the design. This is chapter 1 of the design guidelines. So what do these letters mean on the maps? What do the contributing structures mean? Sort of address that. All right, Robert, next. All right, so if ever, this is the city's GIS mapping page. And I don't know, Robert, if you can zoom in, but you can toggle on, as you go in, you can toggle on what are the different types of districts, the different types of designations. And what's important here is, so for example, in this one, I've highlighted the National Register, also Virginia Landmarks Register, but the nationally registered districts and sites. What's important for everyone at BAR understand, and sort of my title of this was BAR Purview. So Robert, click to the next slide, please. You'll have to zoom out. So go up one, up. So these are the city designated ADC districts, which are architectural design control districts. the historic conservation districts, which we have 3, and then I think it's 75 individually protected properties, the IPPs. So, all right, and zoom out a minute, Robert. Zoom out and go to the next slide, or actually stay right there and go to the next slide. Yeah. So you see here, these are the Virginia, the VLR, the National Register historic districts and individual resources. And Robert, if you click to the next slide. So here you can see we have some sites, districts that are on the National Register, but they're not necessarily locally designated. So I get this question at least once or twice a week. And I'll say, well, I'm in my house on the National Register. Yes, but it's not subject to BAR purview. So only things that are designated by the city are subject to BAR purview. So, and something similar happened with the apartments over on Grady Avenue there, the Preston Court Apartments. People were very upset about what was being done on the interior. Yes, they are on the National Register, that building is. However, our purview is only because of the local designation, and we do not have purview over what happens on the interior. So just this slide, just to sort of let you know, there's things that are in the National Register that are not locally designated, but there are some local designations within those. All right, next slide. So go back, and you're quick tonight. So this is the example I often give for people. This is North Downtown. On the left side, that red circle, that's my house, the purple dot in there. It is designated by the city as an IPP. You can see on the right-hand side, I did not make the National Register. I came up 3 points short, but because of that local designation, my house is subject to BAR purview. All right, next. So the other thing that we've got in the city that you all aren't touching yet are these entrance corridors, and they're primarily the commercial corridors leading into the city. That is, design review is done by the Entrance Corridor Review Board with Jody and the other folks on the Planning Commission. It's a somewhat different level of review. I have a lot more discretion on administrative reviews. You will hear there's in the comp plan, there was discussion about, well, why doesn't the BAR look at entrance corridor projects? That's something we can discuss. But again, I wanted to just share that these are different from what you all have purview over, yet Robert and I still have to deal with these, and Jody. All right, next. So what happens in the city when we have overlaps? For example, here's Preston Avenue. That's Preston Avenue entrance corridor. We have 2 IPPs, the dairy building at the one end and the old Coca-Cola building. I think it's now Cardinal Hall at this east end. So when we have an overlap like this, the more rigid guidelines prevail. So if they touched, as they did Dairy Central building, the BAR had purview over. The apartment building that's to the south of that, while it's in the entrance corridor, it went to the Entrance Corridor Review Board. So one of the things I'm suggesting we address in the ordinance is kind of some clarity where we have some multiple overlaps and who does what and when. All right, next slide. So another example here we have, this is the far east end of Market Street, the Woolen Mills Village Historic Conservation District. That's our historic district light, if you will. However, if you're an IPP within the conservation district, then again, the more rigid review would prevail. So BAR has purview over both, but the evaluation for an IPP would be the more rigid ADC district guidelines. Does that make sense so far? Yes, I know this is thrilling stuff. All right, go back. So another place where we have overlaps, Martha Jefferson Hospital. It's within the Martha Jefferson Conservation District. It's an IPP. It's also within an entrance corridor. Again, the more rigid review would prevail. Next slide. Do I have any more? And then this is the other question that comes up is, for example, Windhurst, which we've dealt with on a couple of occasions, is an IPP. It was established as an IPP prior to the city establishing the ADC district. But being an IPP within an ADC district is, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it doesn't matter in the sense that the review is the same. It doesn't get 2 reviews. The IPPs are reviewed under the ADC district design guidelines. So it doesn't, there's not like a double weight or anything like that. It's the same review guidelines. And sometimes there's some confusion about that. So I just wanted to kind of give you that broad brush of somewhat of all the things that Robert and I are having to juggle, but also when people will ask you about, what do you have purview over? And just to be clear with someone is they may be on the National Register, and they may be, but in a National Register historic district, but it's only if they are locally designated then that it brings in the BAR. And as you saw, there are districts like North Belmont, Fry Springs, Fifeville, which are National Register districts, but they are not locally designated. So, just it's if anybody ever has a question about that, you certainly send them to me, or please send them to me. And I hope that helped. Any questions about that? Clear as mud, right? And then I hope you all took some time to take. Yes, ma'am.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm on the GIS every day of my life, and you just taught me something that I can find the IPPs there. That was like totally made my day. Thank you. My nerd factor right there. That was awesome.
There are things in there that don't always line up. Some head scratchers, but those are primarily an entrance corridor things. The parcel boundaries are relatively good, but they're not perfect. So, I think the other thing too is, I was going to say is, I hope you all had time to see the stuff that we've been circulating about Penn Park. We had a presentation last Wednesday with myself and Sam Towler and Tom Chapman at the Historical Society, and a friend of mine, Steve Waller, who's a member of the family that we were able to link to a young girl named Jenny who was enslaved at Penn Park in 1804. It was an extraordinary that we made that connection. We don't know if Steve's ancestors might be buried there. We know they were enslaved there. So, but it was, but we had Steve in the meeting, and it was pretty powerful. We were, if you really want to kind of get a sense of what it's been like for me, that was an amazing conversation, and I'm so grateful to Steve for being willing to share his family story, and it's brought that place to life. And so, like I say, I encourage you to watch it, and I think we're just beginning to pull at the threads, and it's going to be really exciting to see where this takes us. So, with that, if you had any questions for me, thank you for a longer evening than I anticipated, but thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to you and Robert and all the work that goes into getting this ready. And thank you for everyone. I think everyone contributing in meaningful ways to a couple, some difficult projects, very complex projects to review. The only last thing, maybe it's a question to Jeff and Robert. I did notice that several of you had the camera on and off during the meeting. And I vaguely remember when we started doing this on Zoom that there are some state guidelines, some open transparency requirements that we do stay on camera during the meeting. I can't remember if that's the case or not, but I do know that transparency is really important to this board and to our credibility with the public. So
it's I think there's some understanding that we all don't always have perfect cable connections, but I agree with you. I will say that right now the plan is to bring at least staff back into City Hall, and by mid-March. I suspect that this is leading up to bringing the big four, as we've said, City Council, Planning Commission, BZA, and the BAR into public meetings, and it would probably be a hybrid of some kind. but I believe the requirement will likely be, certainly as we get into summer, that at least the BAR is in person. So, so I don't know, Tim Moore is probably a good time that he went off the board, because I don't know how many weeks of the year he's even around anymore. But we will start to get into that regular schedule of meeting at City Hall in the ugliest building ever created by man. So
I can finish us off with answering the question that there was a fellow named Kane who was the first librarian of the university. I had no idea.
What was his
name?
What's the name?
Jenny Keller found a letter from Jefferson offering the job to Kane, and I sent that to you all. So
neat. What year was that?
I learned something I had no idea. But I also know that Jefferson offered the job to Wurtenbacher. So Kane, I guess Kane didn't last very long. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was killed by Abel.
So I do
Why
remember
here?
something about, I remember something, I mean, because of course, you know, the rotunda wasn't even finished when classes started. Jody left. I guess his battery died. And I think the library was actually housed in Pavilion 7, like really early. Just may have been a couple years or months even.
Well, that's where it all started, right? So that
Of
makes
course.
sense. Yeah.
I mean, the workmen stayed there while they were building the other buildings. So anyhow.
Yeah, I went over, walked the lawn, I think around Christmas time, we just took a long walk. I'm floored how busy you've been. I mean, I didn't think, I live at the other end of town. I'm amazed at what you all have done since I was over there tinkering around. So looks fantastic. All right, everybody, that's all. Thank you. And Mr. Gastinger, you can send us out. What do you bring us in? You know, give us a cheer.
Anybody move to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, press the leave button.
Thank
You
you
can
all.
stay at your own
Thanks,
time. Take care.